Greenbank.
Absolutely, and it looks as though it is the crew of Walbrook who have the early lead in this race. That's Holly Yude and Natasha Gallagher out in front of the crew of Greenbank Falmouth Rowing Club. Benneth House and Sarah E. Lewis. You see there the drone footage showing out in front on the Berkshire station the Walbrook crew in their yellow boat. About a length and a half to 2 lengths of clear water over the white and red boat of Greenbank Falmouth Rowing Club.
So, Aspirational Academic Fours was race 336. That was a win for University of London. And the time was 1 1/4 lengths, and the time was 4 minutes 46. In race 337, that was a win for IC. The verdict 4 1/2 lengths, and the time was 4 minutes 42. Race 338, that was the first of the semis of the Aspirational Club 8. That was a win for Tideway Scholars School, and the verdict was a 1/3 of a length. The time was 4 minutes 16. And in the other semi, we saw Cantabrigian Rowing Club beat Vesta Rowing Club A. The verdict was 1/2 a length, and the time was 4 minutes 24 seconds.
Well, some tight races there in the Academic 8s. It's looking a little bit more clear, the results here, as we see these double sculls pushing down. It is Walbrook Rowing Club well out in front of Greenbank Falmouth Rowing Club in this first semi-final of the Academic double sculls. The yellow boat of Walbrook Rowing Club, Holly Yude and Natasha Gallagher looking fairly comfortable here. They're rating just a little bit lower than the Greenbank Falmouth Rowing Club crew and managing to hold them off at that lower rate. The Greenbank crew of Benneth House and Sarah Lewis just about 2 lengths of clear water behind here. And they're now coming into the last third of their race, pushing on towards Remenham Club. But the next semi-final of this race is on the start. We're just waiting for starters' orders. And this will be between Cambridge University and Twickenham Rowing Club. Both of the Cambridge crews were in the winning Blondie Reserve crew this year. Rebecca Dell is a 3-time Blondie crew member, 2019 through to 2021. And a former member of Durham University Boat Club. She handed in her PhD this week. So it's a good week for her. Perhaps the omens are in her favour. Racing here at Henley Women's 2021, and they are off in that second semi-final. A fast start from Cambridge sees them take an early advantage here over the crew of Twickenham Rowing Club in the second semi-final of the Academic Double Sculls. Rhiannon Mulligan and Rebecca Dell pushing off there. Already a 1-length lead over the crew of Twickenham Rowing Club.
Next up, we've got the development fours. These are the Cox fours. So we've got Bristol Agecroft and then Aberdeen and Oxford University. And then semis right the way through, as I think I've mentioned, all the way through until just about 2 o'clock. And then we're into the finals. You commentating outside at all today?
No, I will be upstairs upstairs in the hut here and helping to coordinate our coverage of the last few races of today.
Good stuff, but some brilliant coverage and some really lovely comments. I mean, look at those images, this drone shot, absolutely fantastic. You can see here Cambridge and Twickenham passing out commentary position. That's a couple of lengths lead. Nice and relaxed. Nice. Well, this is all good stuff, isn't it? This end of the regatta, you'd expect. You know, by definition, the better crews have got here. By definition, they're going to be very close. I'm looking at some of the times here. You know, there's a second or two between them, and then what you've got to bear in mind then is some crews are being pushed, some are trying to save themselves for the next round, so the times are just an indication. You know, proper racing, as we've seen, is outstanding, and certainly those pair of eights semi-finals that we saw were just quality, real quality, and you know, even more quality on the course at the moment. So terrific to be back at Henley Women's. Really good. We've only had one serious downpour shower. Forecast was horrendous, but somebody got that wrong, thankfully. So here we are, looking forward to the rest of the semi-finals today up till 2 o'clock, and then it's time for the finals. Down at the start now, it is the Development Fours about to kick off. On the course, we still have Cambridge leading Twickenham in the Aspirational double sculls. Do you like these boats? What's your favourite boat?
Oh, you see, I used to like a Stanfleet when I was...
No, type, pair, double, what?
Oh, yeah, in terms of... I was a big fan of double scull. I like the smaller boats because I like the fact you can change the momentum quite quickly. You really feel like you can do something in those boats, whereas in an 8 it's more of a crew affair, and they're quite sluggish to make a change. But the beauty of the double scull is you can go, right, we're going to go for this, and you can really make a move here. But it is Cambridge out in front in this second semi-final of the Aspirational double sculls, and they're now pushing on towards Remenham Club here.
Well, they are like a little sports car. You can accelerate them quite quick. They just, unfortunately, their Twickenham just had a little bit of a shipwreck. I'm not sure what happened. I think they possibly caught a crab. So there's the image from the umpire's launch. That's the umpire looking, or was, there we are. That's the umpire looking down the course. That's what they can see. They look at where the blades hit the water and where the puddles are. That's how they often gauge the distance, but they're not really interested in the distance in terms of who's there. They're interested in keeping the crews apart, keeping it fair and keeping it safe. Now, interestingly enough, we've seen a few clashes. This is looking reasonably comfortable in terms of the umpire not getting too excited, but I know I've spoken to guys who have taken their umpire exams and there's all sorts of scenarios, whether you warn, keep warning or even disqualify. But as they pass us now, there is probably about a length's lead. Just, 3/4 of a length, I would say, as they pass us. And it's Bristol University on the towpath side, Agecroft with the lead at the moment on the far side. And great stuff, really good. Really good shot there of what the umpire can see. I think it gives people, usually we get a ride in the umpire launch here. And it was, it's a fascinating experience to see the umpire's perspective, what they see. At what point do you put your hand up? Do you encourage, to stay apart? Yeah, there ought to be no excuse here because there's a pilot on board. Yeah, there's a Cox. However, they're front loaders. The Cox is in the front. Doesn't see the umpire's instructions. You probably barely hear them. So it is the responsibility of the crew to tell the Cox. So let's see what happens here. So Agecroft leading, clearly on their side of the river. And Bristol, just trying to punch. As long as they can stay in touch, they will think they're still in with a chance here. They probably don't know this course too well. They're probably aware of some of the markers. We can see there on the left-hand side a little white tent. That denotes the judges, the finish tent. We're coming up now to Upper Thames, so there's about 1,400 metres. There's about a third of it still to go. Bristol in with a chance?
In with a chance, definitely. They are still in contact, but it does look like a dominant performance here by Agecroft. They're looking very comfortable in their stroke and seem very happy with the conditions here, and it just looks like a very good technical crew of Agecroft there. You've got Andrea Stefkova, Hannah Robinson, Sarah Pearson and Claire Geyer for Agecroft Rowing Club, and they're just looking very comfortable there over on the Buckinghamshire bank. Don't look like they're under too much pressure here to stay out in front. They seem fairly happy with the rate they're going at. And fairly confident in the position they're holding. So they're holding on to a length of lead over the crew.
Yeah, you're right. That is about a length. They will compete, the winners there, against the winner of the next heat, which is Aberdeen against Oxford Uni. That race has just got underway. You can see there it's Oxford University on the Buckinghamshire side and Aberdeen nearest the towpath.
So according to my notes, the Aberdeen crew came 8th in the Inter-4s at Bucks. Meanwhile, the the Oxford University crew came 12th in the Inter-4s. So we would expect the Aberdeen crew to win out in this race, but that's never a guaranteed result. And it's definitely looking very close racing in the early stages here. You can see the beautiful drone shot down on these crews. It does look as though Aberdeen University have the early advantage here, maybe half a length over Oxford University Women's Boat Club.
As we watch that sort of coming up to its first third, Agecroft putting in a sprint for the finish, and they cross the line ahead of Bristol University. So Agecroft in the final against one of these two, Aberdeen, Oxford. Aberdeen leading by about a third of a length presently.
Yeah, the Aberdeen crew, a crew of Lena Zoe Craft, Morgan Nunez, Emily Carruthers and Bridget Watt, and a Cox Elliot Irvin. And they currently sit about half a length out in front. Now about halfway down the course here at Henley Women's. So on the course currently continues that race between Aberdeen University and Oxford University Women's Boat Club, and it is Aberdeen University who sit out in front as they push on into the final stages of this race. Coming up to Old Blades now. The crew of Aberdeen University out in front. Aberdeen University came 8th at the Inter-4s at Bucks. The crew of Oxford University Women's Boat Club competed there also, but came in 12th. So not too surprising to see Aberdeen University out in front in this race. The crew of Lena, Morgan, Emily, Bridged and Cox Elliot of Aberdeen University pushing on here to try and claim that spot in the final for the development coxed 4s. Well, while that race comes into the finish, we can bring you a couple of results. In race 340, Walbrook Rowing Club led Greenbank in a verdict of 2.5 lengths, time of 5 minutes and 10 seconds. The result of race 341, Cambridge University led Twickenham Rowing Club by 2.5 lengths, time of 5 minutes and 2 seconds. The result of race 342, Agecroft Rowing Club led Bristol University by 1 3/4 lengths, time of 4 minutes 57. So the race between Aberdeen University and Oxford University continues. Aberdeen still out in front, but on the left of your picture we're picking up the next race. This in the Championship Single Sculls between Elo Luik of Thames Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station, Kyra Edwards of Nottingham Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. And it is Elo of Thames Rowing Club who sits out in front by 1 length. And you can hear some of our spectators cheering them on there as they push through the first third of their race. Elo of Thames Rowing Club leading Kyra Edwards of Nottingham Rowing Club. So Elo made the final both days at Met Regatta. They rowed at the Europeans in 2020 in the Estonian quad, and they won the champ single in 2019 at Henley Women's. Kyra Edwards of Nottingham Rowing Club, who currently sits behind, is a 2-time medalist in the under-23 squad for GB. And raced in the senior women's double scull in 2019. You can see there from the Jones shot, Elo still half a length up over Kyra of Nottingham Rowing Club. Thames Rowing Club the lead in this first semi-final of the Championship Single Sculls. But looking actually quite close indeed now between Elo of Thames and Kyra of Nottingham. Only half a length separating these two scullers. Everything can change in a single sculls race. Lots of opportunity to change the momentum here. Elo holding on to their lead. But a close race as they come into the final third. Heading now past Old Blades and on towards Remenham Club, which marks the finish line for Henley Women's 2021. A sprint now being put on by Kyra Edwards of Nottingham. She's upped her rate a little bit here. We can see that she is outrating Elo of Thames Rowing Club now as they push on towards the finish. It looks to me as though the momentum is now with Kyra Edwards of Nottingham Rowing Club. Kyra Edwards of Nottingham pushes off Elo of Thames Rowing Club as they come in towards the finish. Behind them and on the left of your picture, the next semi-final of the Championship Single Sculls, Leeds Rowing Club's Catherine Mole versus Abigail Parker of Cambridge University, and it is Leeds' Catherine Mole who is out in front. She came second overall in GB trials in May this year. She's performing well in the early stage of this race, now about half a length out in front of Abigail Parker of Cambridge University, who's had multiple blues representing Cambridge University Women's Boat Club and won silver in the Championship Single Sculls at Bucks. So strong performances from both of these scullers in previous events. But Catherine Mole of Leeds University currently out in front of Abigail Parker of Cambridge. But we should look to the finish line of the previous semi-final. Elo Luik of Thames Rowing Club taking on Kyra Edwards of Nottingham. It looks to me as though Kyra has pushed through in the closing stages of this race. Kyra Edwards pushing on as they come to the finish line at Remenham Club. Some clear water there. It's a real move in the second half of that race for Kyra Edwards to push through Elo of Thames Rowing Club. A dominant finish there and a really well executed race plan. Elo led that race for the first half But Kyra just putting that power down in the second half to push on through. But a close race that follows here in the second semi-final. This second semi-final between Catherine Mole of Leeds, Abigail Parker at Cambridge University. Catherine is half a length ahead for Leeds Rowing Club. But we just saw there a surprise from Kyra in the first semi-final. Could we see a surprise from Abigail Parker of Cambridge University in this event? She has won silver in the championship single sculls at Bucks. We know she is a fast athlete in this event. Are we going to see a surprise second half from the Cambridge University sculler? Well, it is looking very close indeed between these two, only half a length separating them. You can see the mint green of Cambridge there, left of your picture. The darker kit of Leeds on the near side. They're now coming up towards Old Blades into the last third of their race, and it does look like Cambridge is moving here. Abigail Parker putting down some real power to try and respond to the early lead from Catherine Mole of Leeds. Can Catherine Mole hold on to her early advantage here? Let's see as the camera spins round. Who has the upper hand as they come past Old Blades? It's looking very tight indeed between Cambridge and Leeds here. It looks to me as though Cambridge may in fact have gained the slightest advantage here, maybe by a foot. Cambridge certainly moving back here. Catherine Mole had half a length lead in the early stages of this race. Cambridge now making that much closer indeed. Abigail Parker moving up on Catherine Mole of Leeds here. Catherine Mole so far holding her off. As we come in towards Remnant Club, it's anyone's game here. You can see some real acceleration into the finishes there from Abigail Parker of Cambridge. She's pushing on now towards this finish line. She wants to claim that space in the A final of the championship single sculls. Only one of these scullers can go through, and it's looking incredibly tight between Catherine Mole and Abigail Parker. Cambridge versus Leeds as they push in towards the line. Our wager that Cambridge has the momentum here as they push in towards the finish, but we know there is nothing in it separating these two scullers. A late move from Cambridge has seen them push up on Leeds here. Can Abigail Parker of Cambridge take that space in the final? Catherine Mole of Leeds trying to respond, but it is Abigail Parker of Cambridge who pushes through in the closing stages of that race. What a well-executed race plan there from Abigail Parker of Cambridge. She came silver in the championship single sculls at Bucks, and she's into the final here at Henley Women's 2021 to challenge for the gold. We'll see how she performs later on today. So from championship single sculls, we're now on to the championship Coxless fours. London University on the Buckinghamshire Bank, taking on Molesey Boat Club on the... London University on the Berkshire Bank, taking on Molesey on the Buckinghamshire. Loud shouts for University of London here as they push off through the first third of this race, about a length out in front of the Molesey Boat Club crew. University of London an early lead here. They're looking smooth and technical. Nippy round the catch, fast round the finish. Nice rhythm in the University of London boats. Molesey Boat Club rating just a little bit lower. They're picking the rate up now, though, as they push on into the middle portion of this race. Molesey seems to be coming a little bit off their station here. They're moving a little bit into the middle of the water. Their steering now corrected, but that will have cost them a little bit there. University of London a length out in front. Look at that drone shot as they come through into the spectator zone. purple of University of London in your picture there, leading out this first semi-final of the Championship Coxless Fours, followed by Molesey Boat Club. This race now coming into Old Blades, the final third of the course. University of London, who won silver in the Championship Fours at Bucks, behind the crew of Oxford Brooks, leading out the crew of Molesey Boat Club here in the semi-final of the Championship Coxless Fours. Well, we'll bring you a couple of results as this race comes in towards the finish. In race 343, the result was Aberdeen University beat Oxford University Women's Boat Club. A verdict of 1 1/4 lengths, a time of 4 minutes 54.2. In race 344, Nottingham Rowing Club beat Aberdeen University, Thames Rowing Club by 3 lengths, a time of 5 minutes and 11 seconds. And in race 345, Cambridge University beat Leeds Rowing Club, a distance of 1 length, a time of 5 minutes and 16 seconds. We're coming in towards the finish now. The final strokes of this first semi-final in the Championship Fours, and it is the University of London who lead out this first semi-final. And they will go through to the final later on today. And with that, we look ahead to the next heat, which is on the start, on the near side of your shot. That is the crew of Newcastle University. The far side on the Buckinghamshire station, that is Cambridge University. And half of the winning 2021 Cambridge University Women's Blue Boat. These athletes now off the start. Clean start for both these crews. And on your screen there, the mint green of Cambridge University. It looks to me they have the early advantage over the Newcastle crew. Both crews rating high for their start here, yet to settle into their rhythm. But as they come through midway in the spectator area, Newcastle University, in fact, slightly up on Cambridge here. A strong crew from Newcastle University. Nicola Lamb, Francis Russell, Amy Bauman and Hannah Cowie pushing off the crew of Cambridge University here in the early stages of this Championship Cox Fours semi-final. Very close between these two boats, but Newcastle University the slightest advantage as they come through the spectator area. A very close match race in this quarter-final. Both crews rating very high off the start. And they're going to have to race really hard to secure a place in the final. These two boats quite closely matched here, and it is a real tussle for who will go through to have a chance at gold at Henley Women's 2021. Look how close these two boats are as they pass our next camera. Newcastle University had the slightest advantage when they went through the spectator area. It looks to me as though Cambridge now right up with them, stroke for stroke, neck for neck between these two boats. Who will join University of London in the final? Newcastle University really picking it up at the catch. Cambridge University right there with them. The Cambridge crew, Brona Sykes, Sophie Payne, Kaum Dempsey and Adriana Perez Rotondo. Half of the winning 2021 Cambridge University Women's Blue Boat. And Cambridge do look to have the advantage here now as we come towards the final stages of this race. Cambridge about a canvas out in front of Newcastle. Newcastle need to respond here if they want a spot in the final. Cambridge University pushing on. A bucket rig in the Cambridge boat. Sees 2 and 3 both rowing on stroke side. Bucket rig in the Newcastle boat also. But it is Cambridge who are holding on to the slightest lead here as they push on towards the finish of this race. Newcastle putting on a sprint now for the line, trying to respond, trying to secure a spot in the Henley Women's 2021 final. Can Cambridge hold them off here as they push on towards the finish line? This is coming to very close finish here. You can see the white tent on the left. That is the finish line at Revenham Club. Both crews neck and neck as they push into the final 200 metres. Who has the advantage here? Cambridge University taking on the Blue Star of Newcastle in this this semi-final of the Championship Coxless Fours. Cambridge University level with Newcastle as we come up towards the line. Newcastle look as though they now have a slight advantage over Cambridge, but it is a real tussle here. Can Newcastle take the lead? Can Newcastle go through into this final? Newcastle having a little bit of steering difficulty here. Newcastle though ahead of Cambridge as they go over the line there. What a move from Newcastle, taking their spot in the final for the Championship Coxless Fours at Henley Women's 2021. Newcastle will be delighted with that race there, pushing through the crew of Cambridge in the closing stages. Well, we now move on to the Aspirational Coxless Quads. Upper Thames Rowing Club taking on London Rowing Club. Upper Thames on the Berkshire Bank, London Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Bank. And it looks as though it is Upper Thames who have the lead here. They are, of course, on home water. And that is the crew of Daisy Hampton, Alice Pickthall, Sian Hinton, and Courtney Edmonds out in front for Upper Thames by about half a length to 3/4 of a length there. You can see the stroke of Upper Thames in line with the stern of London Rowing Club. Our first semi-final in the Aspirational Coxless Quads, racing for the Chairman's Trophy. Upper Thames leading London Rowing Club by about half a length as they come past Old Blades, pushing past Upper Thames Boathouse. Upper Thames will know how close they are to home here, but just behind them, only half a length back, sit the crew of London Rowing Club. Upper Thames holding on to their lead as they push on towards the line here in the Aspirational Coxless Quads. Our camera now on the finish line there. The right-hand picture on your screen as Upper Thames lead London Rowing Club into the finish line. Can Upper Thames hold on to that half a length advantage they have? It looks as though they will here in this first semi-final of the Aspirational Coxless Quads. Upper Thames through the line ahead of London Rowing Club. But the second semi-final is well underway. We'll pick this one up now. Here we have Nottingham University taking on Tideway Scullers School, and it is Tideway Scullers there on the left of your picture, the yellow and red. Nottingham University leading Tideway Scholars School in the early stages of this race, but it is oh so tight as they go past our commentary box. Nottingham University perhaps half a length in front. Maybe that's a little bit generous. Maybe it's only a canvas separating these two boats. Through the first third of their race, they continue to push on down the course now. Nottingham University fourth in the Champs Quads at Bucks Regatta. Currently a canvas out in front of Tideway Scholars School, but Tideway very much in contact. Indeed, it looks like Tideway just gaining back a bit of that difference now. Both crews matching rate, stroke for stroke, in the aspirational coxless quads. Nottingham University, the slightest advantage over Tideway Scholars School, coming up to approximately the halfway point in this race. Tideway Scholars need to make a move now if they want a spot in the final. They need to push on now. Both crews rating about the same, stroke for stroke. Only one can go through to the final of this event. The other will be eliminated. Neither crew will want to settle for second place here. They want that spot in the final. They want the chance to compete for Henley Women's Gold. Tideway Scholars taking on Nottingham. Tideway in the yellow and red. Nottingham in the green and yellow. Yellow blades moving up the course. It looks to me as though Tideway Scholars School now moves through the crew of Nottingham University. Quite a decisive move from Tideway Scholars in the second half of this race. They've made a real gain here. And they now have clear water separating them from Nottingham University, who perhaps went a little bit fast off the start and just couldn't hold on here. What a row by Tideway Scholars. Now clear water out in front of Nottingham in the aspirational coxless quads. They will go through to compete against Upper Thames, we think, in the final later on today. Our camera now on the finish line as Tideway Scholars lead Nottingham University into the finish at Remenham Club. But the next race is off the start. We now look ahead to the Junior 8s racing for the Peabody Cup. We have Enniskillen Royal Boat Club from Ireland racing against Headington School here. Enniskillen on the right of your picture, Headington School on the left. Headington heading for a warning from the umpire. They move a little bit closer into the middle of the course. Correcting their steering now. Enniskillen right up with them. It's neck and neck between these two eights as they go through the spectator zone. Enniskillen Royal Boat Club of Ireland competing against Headington School in the semi-final of the Junior 8s here. Looks to me as though Headington School have the slight advantage as they come to the end of the spectator zone. The light blue of Headington School pushing off the red and navy of Enniskillen. Still all to play for, though, in the Junior 8s. 2/3 of the course still to go. Headington School will be trying to break clear water here. Nice backsplash off their blades at the catch. You can see they're really coming down to the water. Enniskillen will be trying to hold on to contact here. Their bow ball still about level with stroke of the Headington crew. Can they hold on? Can they fight back here through the middle portion of this race? Cox Grace Ralph of Enniskillen can see how close they are to the Headington boat. She will be calling on her crew to stay in contact, calling on her crew to stay in this race. As they push on now towards Old Blades, coming into the closing stages, Headington looking to make a decisive move here to break that clear water. Cox Sophie Wrightson taking a look behind to see where the Enniskillen boat sits, calling on her crew to continue pushing forward in this Junior 8s. Headington looking to claim that spot in the final here. And it looks as though Headington now pushing out towards clear water over the Enniskillen crew. As they come in towards the finish, into the last 250 metres now. Headington well out in front now of Enniskillen. There you go, you can see clear water separating those two schools. Headington out in front, and they will be looking to hold on to that position and go through to the final of the Junior 8s. Headington looking comfortable there. But the next race is on the course in the same event, the second semi-final of the Junior 8s. Here we have Henley Rowing Club taking on Lady Eleanor Hollis School. And they're just coming through the spectator zone now. Henley on the bank side. Lady Eleanor Hollis over on the Buckinghamshire station. It is Henley who have the early lead here. Henley about a canvas and a seat out in front. Still all to play for. You can hear the Coxes calling on their crews to push forward. Cox Alice Machamp of Lady Eleanor Hollis calling on her crew to respond. They need to stay in contact with Henley here if they want a chance to go through to the final. Henley still the advantage though, about half a length up on Lady Eleanor Hollis. Now through the spectator zone into the middle third of their race. Lady Eleanor Hollis holding on to contact with Henley, but Henley out in front. Cox Alice Machamp of Lady Eleanor Hollis calling on her crew to respond here. They need to stay in touch with Henley if they want a chance in this race. Henley continue with the momentum here. They're pulling out more water with every stroke. A lot of power in that Henley crew. Smooth rhythm. And they continue to push off the crew of Lady Eleanor Hollis, trying to break clear water here in this second semi-final of the Junior 8s. Still very close though between these two boats. Can only be half a length at most separating them. There's the drone shot. You can see Henley on the left of your picture leading Lady Eleanor Hollis, but so little in it between these two boats. Henley doing everything they can to pull out from Lady Eleanor Hollis, but it looks like Lady Eleanor Hollis now putting on a move here in the second half of this race. Lady Eleanor Hollis just gained a seat there on Henley, and they're really pushing back here against the Henley Boat Club crew. Coming in now past Old Blaze, Lady Eleanor Hollis really making a move here. Henley need to hold them off if they want a spot in that final. Henley still the advantage over Lady Eleanor Hollis, but Lady Eleanor Hollis putting on a sprint now. They're Cox Anis Machamp calling on the Lady Anna Hollis crew. It's now or never for Lady Anna Hollis if they want to go through to the final. Henley Rowing Club holding them off so far, but only about half a length, maybe only a canvas out in front of LEH here. Just a couple of seats separating these two eights. Very close indeed as we push on past Old Blades now. We can just see the tent of the finish line coming into view. So close between Henley and LEH here. Look at that drone shot. You can see it can only be at most half a length separating these two boats. Henley so far holding off LEH. LEH just having a slight steering difficulty there, moving a little bit towards the booms, but LEH trying to respond against Henley here. So close between these two boats, can only be quarter of a length now separating LEH from Henley. 100 metres to the line. Can Henley hold them off to take a spot in the final of the Junior 8s? Henley holding off LEH. LEH trying to respond as they come in towards the line, but it looks to me as though Henley have it here and will go through to the final. Half a length to Henley there over Lady Anna Hollis in the second semi-final of the Junior 8s. We move on now to the academic single sculls racing for the Bernard Churcher Trophy, sorry. Twickenham Rowing Club, represented by Voir Abuku, against Grosvenor Rowing Club, represented by Sarah Mackay. See on your screen there, that is the Twickenham Sculler Voir out in front. Over Sarah Mackay of Grosvenor Rowing Club. Still a close race as they come through the spectator zone. Voir about a length out in front.
Yeah,
trying to break the elastic that separates. Trying to make a decisive move here. It looks as though a length and a half now, and she has broken clear water over Sarah Mackay of Grosvenor Rowing Club. Voir of Twickenham Rowing Club out in front. They've won bronze in the championship single scull at Bucks. Voir leading Sarah Mackay of Grosvenor Rowing Club in this first semi-final of the academic single sculls. So Voir now a comfortable lead here in this semi-final of the single sculls. So results for the Junior 8s, race 350. Headington School beat Enniskillen Royal. A verdict of 2.5 lengths, a time of 4 minutes 29.9. And in race 351, Henley Rowing Club beat Lady Anna Hollis, a distance of 1/3 of a length, a time of 4 minutes 29.3. screens now. But on your screens now, this is the first semi-final of the Aspirational Single Sculls racing for the Bernard Churcher Trophy. Sorry, I keep mispronouncing that. And it is Ware of Twickenham Rowing Club out in front of Sarah of Grosvenor Rowing Club. Where Abukawu won bronze in the championship single sculls at Bucks. Looks like she's going to secure herself a space in the Henley Women's Final. The Aspirational single sculls here, a comfortable lead for her. The next semi-final in this event now under starters' orders. In the next semi-final, we will have Reading Rowing Club Sophie Gray taking on Rosa Thompson of Agecroft Rowing Club. You can see them there, left of your picture. The umpire standing up, about to raise the flag to start this race. The flag is raised. And they are underway. A high rating start for Rosa of Agecroft. But some long, powerful strokes from Sophie Gray of Reading sees her pull out in front there. Look at the power she's putting down in the first few strokes of this race. Rosa Thompson of Agecroft now lengthened her stroke. And both scullers neck and neck as they push into the spectator zone. This is the second semi-final of the Aspirational Single Sculls, racing for the Bernard Churcher Trophy. A level playing field between Sophie Gray of Reading. She's on the left side, the top of your picture. And Rosa Thompson of Agecroft, bottom of your picture. It looks as though Rosa Thompson now the slightest advantage, but it can only be a couple feet as they push on down the course. Rosa Thompson of Agecroft pulling out to half a length lead over Sophie Gray. Sophie Gray of Reading is looking to respond here. What a shot here we have of these two scullers. So far, Rosa Thompson holding off the challenge of Reading Rowing Club Sophie Gray, but Sophie Gray is really starting to turn the screw here. It's only the early stages of this race, but she wants to fight back. Can only be a canvas now separating Rosa Thompson of Agecroft over Sophie Gray of Reading. Everything can change in these races, though. It is the single scull. Momentum is all that matters. Positions can change very quickly indeed. Sophie Gray of Reading challenging Rosa Thompson of Agecroft. Rosa Thompson so far holding her off. Tight battle here between Reading and Agecroft, Rosa and Sophie. But as the battle continues in the Aspirational Single Sculls, the Championship Double Sculls are underway with their semi-final. Bath University taking on Marlow Rowing Club. So Bath University and Minerva Bath Composite, both world-class start athletes. Becky was a swimmer who started rowing in 2017, raced at the Under-23 European Championship doubles in 2018. Amelia had been a high jumper and a netballer, started rowing in 2017. At age 16, she became the youngest person ever to ski to the South Pole, and they're leading in this first semi-final for the Championship double sculls, about half a length up on the crew of Marlow Rowing Club. But the race continues in the aspirational single sculls, level playing still between Sophie Gray and Rosa Thompson, Reading Rowing Club and Agecroft Rowing Club, as they push in towards the finish line now. Coming into the last 200 metres, it looks to me as though Sophie Gray of Reading has managed to catch up with Rosa Thompson of Agecroft and now has the slightest advantage in the closing stages of this race. You can just see them in your picture there. Who has the lead here? It looks to me as though Reading might be just out in front. The blue kit just leading the red of Agecroft here as they come in towards the line. Who will claim that spot in the final of the aspirational single sculls? Sophie Gray of Reading holding off Rosa Thompson of Agecroft. Rosa had the lead throughout the early stages of this race. It looks as though Reading have the lead in the latter stages, though. It looks as though Reading holding Rosa off here. Sophie Gray has the lead in the closing stages as we come into the last 100 metres of this race. It is Sophie Gray out in front in the aspirational single sculls. Sophie Gray through the finish, clear water separating her and the Agecroft sculler, some 2 lengths there. She'll be delighted with that result, pushing through in the closing stages there to claim a spot in the final. But we return now to the Championship double sculls, where the Bath Composite is well out in front of Marlow Rowing Club. Rebecca Wild and Amelia Hempelman-Adams in a controlling position in this race as they approach Old Blades. See behind them the white hut that is the finish line, only 200 metres or so to go here, and they are some 2 or 3 lengths out in front. The blue and yellow of Bath University in the bow seats, Minerva Bath in the stroke, this Bath Composite pushing on to the finish line, both world-class start athletes. Leading out the first semi-final of the Championship double sculls. The Bath Composite, a decisive lead here as they push into the final 100 metres or so of this race. But behind them, the next race is underway. Again in the Championship double sculls, racing for the WPA Cup. And in this second semi-final, which we can bring you, we have Nottingham Rowing Club racing against Bath University. The Bath crew both learnt to row at Nottingham though, so this is a Nottingham versus Nottingham race in truth. But our picture's still showing you that lead for the Minerva Bath Composite in that first semi-final. But here you can see in the right hand of your picture, in the left hand of your picture, that second race coming down. On the near side, the Berkshire Bank, we have the crew of Nottingham Rowing Club, Amy Hitchen and Jade Lindo. On the far side, representing Bath University, Rachel Burrows and Jennifer Titterington. Both learnt to row at Nottingham, however, under Des Atkins, so both know each other from home. Rachel in her final year at Bath University. But there on your screen, that is the composite. Bath, Minerva Bath over the line. They will go through to the final in the Championship double sculls. Who will join them? Let's have a look at that race as it follows down the course. This is the second semi-final. It is the Nottingham Rowing Club crew who are out in front at this stage. They're on the near side of your picture. And then we have the Bath University Nottingham Rowing Club composite on the Buckinghamshire station, but it is the Nottingham Rowing Club crew. Amy Hitchen, Jade Lindo out in front. A comfortable lead as they come past Old Blades. Sizable distance of clear water separating them from the composite. And they look confident to take that second place in the final of the Championship Double Sculls. Take a sizable move now by the Bath University Nottingham composite of Rachel Burrows and Jennifer Titterington to respond in this race. Now coming into the closing stages, but it is the Nottingham Rowing Club crew well out in front. Well, as those doubles come into the line, let's give you a couple of results in the Aspirational Single Sculls, race 252. It was Bware Oboko of Twickenham Rowing Club who beat Grosvenor Rowing Club Sarah Mackay. A distance of easily a time of 5 minutes, 18.8 seconds. And in race 353, Reading Rowing Club, Sarah Gray beat Agecroft Rowing Club's Rosa Thompson, sorry. A distance of 3 lengths, a time of 5 minutes, 22.3. Second semi-final of the Championship Double Sculls. Coming into the finish there, it will be the Nottingham Rowing Club crew who take that place in the final. But behind them, we now move on to the Junior Coxless Quads. Racing for the B Language Trophy. This again, a semi-final. Shiplake College take on Wallingford Rowing Club. And it is neck and neck as they push through the spectator zone on the near side in the red. That is Wallingford. The top of your picture in the maroon and yellow, that is Shiplake. Shiplake were National School gold medalists. First time a Shiplake Junior 18 Coxless 4 was entered in 7 years. And they also came gold at Marlow Regatta. So Shiplake the favourites in this race on paper. But we'll see how they respond here on the water. Shiplake currently out in front, perhaps half a length over Wallingford Rowing Club in the early stages of the Junior Coxless Quads semi-final. As they come past my commentary hut now, 3/4 of a length to Shiplake, stroke of Shiplake, roughly sat on the bow ball of Marlow Rowing Club. Wallingford Rowing Club. Shiplake out in front. Now looks like it's the stern of Shiplake sat on the bow board of Marlow. Shiplake moving further ahead with every stroke. Shiplake looking to break clear water here. Marlow need to stay with them. Marlow trying to respond here, but Shiplake look to be extending that distance with every stroke. Some real class here from the Shiplake crew. Look how comfortable they look in their boat there. Some really neat catches. Real acceleration through the finish. A smile from the stroke seat. A good start to their race there for Shiplake, who break out to clear water over Wallingford Rowing Club in the first semi-final of the Junior Coxless Quads. There you go, the drone shot showing just how far out in front Shiplake now sit. Probably about a length and a half, and they continue to push away from the Wallingford Rowing Club crew here. A dominant performance from Shiplake. It's going to take a lot from Wallingford to respond. Wallingford trying to fight back, trying to regain the distance that separates their two boats. Shiplake so far holding them off. Stripy kit of Shiplake on the near side of your shot. The red and white of Wallingford. But Shiplake out in front. With a comfortable lead, probably a length and a bit of clear water now separating these two boats. They push past Old Blades into the last 200 metres. And it looks all but certain that Shiplake will take that spot in the final later on today for the junior coxless quads. The next semi-final is underway though. Let's bring you this. This is between Marlow Rowing Club and St Edward's School. Marlow Rowing Club were second behind Shiplake at Marlow and National Schools Regatta. Second place at Met also. St Edward's School racing a crew who are mostly from lower sixth. 3 lower sixth athletes. Saskia Ward, captain of boats, is the only upper sixth in this crew. And they came 9th at National Schools Regatta in the championship quad. So we would expect that it will be Marlow who lead out this race, and that does indeed seem to be true in the early stages. Annabelle Runit, Amy Furlonger, Della Luke and Isabel Sellers of Marlow Rowing Club out in front of the St Edward's School crew. A length ahead through the first third of this race, just about. The bow bull of St Edward's School just trying to cling on to the stern of Marlow there. But an impressive performance from St Edward's School, considering many of their crew in lower sixth. They have another year in which they can race at Henley Women's. I'm sure they will be back here next year. But this is the race that matters now. Only one can go through to the final, and it does look as though Marlow have broken clear water here. They were second behind Shiplake at both Marlow and National Schools Regatta. We know Shiplake are now through to the final. Will there be another battle between Marlow and Shiplake later on today? It looks as though Marlow taking that second spot in the A final. Halfway down the course, but looking confident there. So as Marlow push on down the course, let's bring you a couple of results from the Championship Double Sculls. In race 354, the Bath University Minerva Bath Composite beat Marlow Rowing Club. A distance of 2 lengths, a time of 4 minutes 54.7. In race 355, the same event, Nottingham Rowing Club beat the Bath University Nottingham Rowing Club Composite, a distance of 4 lengths, a time of 4 minutes 58.3. So it will be the crews of Bath University Minerva Bath, the GB Start athletes, racing against Nottingham Rowing Club in the final of the Championship Double Sculls later on today. The junior coxless quads continues with Marlow Rowing Club leading St Edward's School. St Edward's School doing their level best to stay in contact, but Marlow out in front here as they come past Old Blades into the last 300 or so metres of their race. There you can see the clear water separating these two boats. Marlow in the red, out in front over St Edward's School. But the next race now underway. You can see left of your picture. It is on to the junior double sculls, racing for the Rayner Cup. This first semi-final sees Trentham Boat Club take on Peterborough City. Trentham on the towpath side, Peterborough on the Buckinghamshire station. And it is the crew of Peterborough City who have the early lead in this race. Their bright yellow kit there in the left of your picture. Trentham in the right. The yellow kit of Peterborough City Rowing Club, Charlotte Bolton, Harriet Drake-Lee, the early lead in this first semi-final of the junior double sculls. Leading Trentham Boat Club's Abigail Grocott and Megan Knight. Peterborough now leading by a length over the crew of Trentham Boat Club. 1/3 or so into their race. They're now coming in towards the competitor zone. The middle portion of this race, the middle third. Peterborough trying to break clear water here. They want to break the elastic that holds their boats together. They know if they manage to do that, it becomes a real mental challenge for the crew of Trentham Boat Club to respond. Peterborough now have clear water. About 2 lengths, 1 length of clear water separating these boats as they push on towards Old Blades. Charlotte Bolton, Harriet Drake-Lee of Peterborough City Rowing Club out in front in the yellow. Behind them, the next semi-final of the junior double sculls getting set up on the start. This will be between Wallingford Rowing Club and Clare's Court School. They're just getting attached to the state boats and they will be under starters' orders shortly. But out in front in this first semi-final, a comfortable lead for Peterborough City Rowing Club. Charlotte Bolton, Harriet Drake-Lee leading the crew from Trentham Boat Club, Abigail Grocott and Megan Knight. This, the junior double sculls first semi-final. (1:20 p.m. at Henley Women's 2021. An exciting Sunday of racing for you. We're fast going through our semi-finals and then we'll be on to finals later on this afternoon, so lots to look forward to here. But it looks as though we will be seeing this Peterborough City Rowing Club crew again later on today. Who will they come up against? Well, the next race will decide that, between Wallingford Rowing Club and Clare's Court School. But Peterborough City looking confident to go through to the final. So as they come on down the finish, let's give you a couple of results from the previous events. In the junior coxless quads, race 356, Shiplake College beat St Edward's School, a distance of 2.5 lengths, time of 4 minutes 35 seconds. And in race 357 of the same event, Marlow Rowing Club. Sorry, so it was Wallingford in the previous race. Shiplake beat Wallingford by 2.5 lengths, a time of 4 minutes 35. In this race, it is Marlow Rowing Club who beat St Edward's School, race 357. Distance of 1 3/4 lengths, a time of 4 minutes 44.9. But on your screens there, that is Peterborough City. They continue in towards the line in this first semi-final of the junior double sculls. But with that on the start is the second semi-final. Wallingford Rowing Club taking on Clare's Court School. The umpire is stood. They're under starters' orders now. Flags raised and the race is underway. Some short, sharp strokes from both crews as they set off from the state boats. A fast start for both, a clean start for both. Clare's Court School there in your picture. White with the yellow and black diagonal stripes. Blue and red sunglasses adding to the kit. But on your left of your picture, that is Wallingford Rowing Club, and it looks as though Wallingford have the early lead off the start here. Their crew of Bethan Morrison and Freya Sharp. And they're about half a length out in front as we come through the spectator area. Beautiful green of the meadows up here, but there you go. That is the crew of Wallingford Rowing Club in the red and white, out in front now, a length ahead of the crew of Clare's Court School, and extending with every stroke. That is a really dominant performance there by Wallingford Rowing Club. Some real power being laid down by those girls. Bethan Morrison, Freya Sharp pushing off the Clare's Court School boat. Length and a half of lead now. As they go past our commentary hut. Wallingford boat looking very powerful here. Sharp round the catch, accelerating through the finish. Wallingford really getting out over the catch at the front end. You can just see this length of their stroke, just that little bit longer than the crew from Clare's Court here. Look how they get themselves sat upright and over the front of the slide there. Really reaching out with the hands to make the most of the lever that's available to them. And I would wager it's that length of that stroke, that sit at the catch, that's really giving them that power. A really class performance, some great technique in the red and white of Wallingford, and then now a length and a half of clear water up on Clare's Court School. A dominant performance in the junior double sculls. Bethan Morrison, Freya Sharp of Wallingford Rowing Club, leading by some distance Hannah Hickson and Nuala McFarlane of Clare's Court School. But the next race is underway. The next event, this is the Junior Coxed Fours, racing for the Groton School Challenge Cup. Glasgow Academy taking on Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, so it's a Scottish race here. Glasgow Academy on the near side, the early lead in this race, about a length up on Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. Aberdeen in the yellow boat on the left of your picture. Glasgow Academy's crew won the championship Coxless 4 at National Schools Regatta by 20 seconds, we're told. So a really strong crew from Glasgow Academy. We can see that performance being borne out today here. Now some 2 lengths ahead, 1 length of clear water over the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association crew. A tighter race on the right-hand side of your picture, though. That is still Wallingford Rowing Club in the junior double sculls, leading out Clare's Court School, but Clare's Court putting on a sprint now in the closing stages of this race, and they've definitely fought back against Wallingford here. There was clear water separating these boats, but my oh my, Clare's Court are really pushing on, and they are now just half a length back on the crew of Wallingford Rowing Club. Wallingford now looking a little bit more uncomfortable. They're having to really put on a sprint now to hold off the Clare's Court crew. Clare's Court showing a strong second half here, turning the screw on Wallingford. Wallingford still out in front, but Clare's Court really making them work for it now. Pushing on past Old Blades into the last 250 metres. The Wallingford crew, a little bit of imbalance there. You can see they're being made a bit uncomfortable by this Clare's Court crew. They're now having to work for it. Clare's Court really putting down the power now in this second half of the race. They've reeled in the Wallingford crew. They've managed to regain some of that distance, and now they're really putting on a sprint towards the line. Can Wallingford respond here? It looks to me that Clare's Court have the upper hand in the closing stages of this race. Wallingford were looking so dominant early on, but here come Clare's Court, and Clare's Court are now out in front. What a move for the finish line by Clare's Court. They crossed in a time of 5:11.9, followed by Wallingford. And that was a really tactical row there from the girls in the second semi-final of the junior double sculls. But we now look back to the junior coxed fours. Glasgow Academy leading Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association by a very comfortable margin here, as they push on past the boating area in towards the final third of this race. Two Scottish crews in this semi-final of the Coxed Fours. Junior Coxed Fours, Glasgow Academy, leading Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. It's that Glasgow Academy crew: Orla Johnson, Darcy Ray Dupont, McCann, Morven Thompson, Kendall Armett and Izzy Martin, who I assume is the Cox. Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association represented by Sophia Brew, Freya Hewson, Maisie Aspinall, Zoe Beeson and Cox Erin Gibson. But the second the second semi-final of this event is underway. The second semi-final between Marlow Boat Club and Tideway Scullers School. Marlow just out in front by about half a length. Two of their crew run the Junior 16 Coxed 4 at Henley Women's Regatta in 2019. The current crew took silver at National Schools Regatta. So Marlow Rowing Club looking strong here in the early stages of this race. About a canvas ahead of Tideway Scullers School, who aren't going to let them have it easy. But in that first semi-final on the right of your screen, it is still Glasgow Academy, Orla Johnson, Darcy Ray Dupont McCann, Morven Thompson, Kendall Armett and Cox Izzy Martin out in front of the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association crew. They won at National Schools Regatta by a considerable margin. It looks clear that they will be going through to the final later on today. But a very close race in the following semi-final. Who will go up against them in the final? It's now neck and neck between Tideway Scullers and Marlow Rowing Club. Tideway on the bottom of your picture, Marlow on the left there. Marlow on the right, on the left of your picture, Tideway Scullers on the right. Looks to me as though Tideway Scullers have maybe a foot of advantage here as they push through the boating area, but very close indeed. Who will go through to the final at Henley Women's 2021 for the Junior Cox Fours? We know that Glasgow Academy, or we're confident that Glasgow Academy have got that first spot, but who is going to take the second? It looks as though Tideway Scullers School now the advantage as they push in to the competitor zone, but right there with them sit the crew of Marlow Rowing Club. Tideway Scullers, Sophia Waddington, Annalisa Jans, Olivia Jans Lamford, Aurelia Elliott and Cox Freya Loverick Kemp. Currently sat out in front of the crew of Marlow Rowing Club. Molly Newman, Elizabeth Hollis, Eloise Brindle, Isabel Checkley and Cox Neve Stark. Marlow crew took the silver at Henley School at National Schools Regatta. So we know they're a strong crew. They are right there with Tideway Scullers. Tideway Scullers briefly had an advantage there as they came through the competitor zone. As they come up to Old Blades, who has the advantage now? Tideway Scullers trying to hold on. But we know Marlow Rowing Club here, a strong crew, silver at National Schools Regatta. That must have been behind Glasgow Academy. Glasgow Academy already through to the final. So will we have the same 1-2? Will Marlow Rowing Club go through to the final here, or have Tideway Scullers just managed to get the upper hand here? They had the slightest advantage through the competitor zone. Have they managed to hold on? Tideway Scullers School, Sophie Wannington, Annalisa Jans-Lafont, Olivia Jans-Lafont, Aurelia Elliott, and Freya Loverick Kemp as Cox, trying to push off the Marlow Rowing Club crew as they come into the closing stages of this race towards the last 250 metres now, and it looks to me as though Tideway Scullers have broken clear water here. Bit of a problem in the Marlow boat there, just caught a crab a bit near the booms there, so it looks as though it will be Tideway Scullers who take the advantage in this race. Tideway Scullers pushing through in the second semi-final of the Junior Coxed Fours. And they will join Glasgow Academy in the final later on today. With that, we take a look to the Junior Single Sculls racing for the Di Ellis Trophy. Lena Mills of Reading takes on Heather Taylor of George Heriot School. Early stages of this race, it looks as though Heather Taylor out in front, but being warned by the umpire to move over to her station. As they come past the spectator zone, very close between these two scullers. Heather moving over now. Neck and neck, though, between Heather Taylor of George Heriot's. On the bottom of your picture, she's just slightly ahead of Lena Mills of Reading Rowing Club. Lena Mills now drawing up level, very close between these two scullers. So they now push up towards my commentary caravan. First semi-final of the Junior Single Sculls, racing for a chance to win the Di Ellis Trophy. Only one can go through to the final. Lena Mills of Reading versus Heather Taylor of George Heriot School. Neck and neck between these two scullers as they push on down the course. Oh, a bit of a crab for Heather Taylor, sorry, sees Lena Mills of Reading push out in front. Lena Mills of Reading needs to take this opportunity now. She needs to push off here and break clear water with Heather Mills of George Heriot's. Heather Mills needs to respond if she wants to stay in this race. Heather Mills now a length back. Lena Mills out in front. Heather Taylor now a length back. But it is a single sculls race. Everything can change in mere moments. Heather Taylor recovered really well here. The George Heriot sculler is regaining ground on Lena Mills of Reading with every stroke. Her bow ball still in contact with the stern of Lena Mills of Reading. As they push into the competitor zone. Heather Taylor gathering her thoughts there. She's got her boat stable again and she's pushing on now as they come into the middle portion of this race. Continuing to challenge Lena Mills. If Lena Mills wants to hold on to that advantage, she's going to have to keep pushing here. Lena Mills of Reading holding on to a lead over Heather Taylor of George Heriot's. Heather Taylor, though, gaining ground. If we look to our drone shot, we can see there's not much separating these two scullers now. Heather Taylor was a length down. She now looks like she's only half a length behind. Heather Taylor of George Heriot's fighting back against Lena Mills of Reading. An incredibly tight race we have here in the Junior Single Sculls. The second semi-final is underway as well. Tideway Scullers leading Walbrook Rowing Club. They are on the course now too, but will stay with this close race between Heather Taylor and Lena Mills. Lena Mills managed to get a slight advantage when Heather caught a crab, but Heather now responding and fighting back. As we push past Old Blades, Heather has regained ground. Lena Mills now trying to push away again. Lena Mills pushing off and has now once again got clear water over Heather Taylor. Heather Taylor a little wobble there, so Lena Mills pushing on further forwards. It looks as though it will now be Lena Mills who takes the lead in this first semi-final. She will go through to the final for the Di Ellis Trophy later on today. Second semi-final following behind them on the course between Zoe of Tideway Scullers, Anna Faye Carroll of Walbrook Rowing Club. You can see that just coming up on the left of your screen in a sec. Tideway Scullers in the yellow and red, leading Walbrook's Anna Faye. But on the right of your screen, continuing to lead, Lena Mills of Reading. Up on Heather Taylor of George Heriot School as they now come in to the finish line. Lena Mills through the finish line. She'll go through to the final in the junior singles sculls. Behind her, the race for that second spot. Tideway Scullers versus Walbrook. Zoe of Tideway Scullers, a comfortable lead. She pushes down the course there. So as these scullers continue down the course, we can bring you the results, now official for the junior coxed fours. Race 360. Glasgow Academy beat Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, a distance of 3.5 lengths, a time of 5 minutes. Race 361. Marlow Rowing Club beaten by Tideway Scullers School, a distance of 3.5 lengths, a time of 5 minutes and 6.6 seconds. All the results of today's racing, of course, available on the Henley Women's Regatta website, hwr.org.uk. Head online there and you can see all the times and all the results from the racing throughout the weekend. But we continue with the junior single sculls, the second race, the second semi-final for the Di Ellis Trophy. Zoe of Tideway Scullers well out in front of Anna of Walbrook Rowing Club. But the next race now off the start, and we look ahead to the academic Coxless Fours racing for the Leicester Trophy. Vesta Rowing Club take on London Rowing Club. Just off the start now, left of your picture, and that is Vesta on your screen now. London Rowing Club just coming into shot on the right hand side, or left of screen now with Vesta on the right. We're looking to see who has the early advantage in this academic Coxless Fours event. Neck and neck between Vesta and London Rowing Club. All to play for. Vesta on the left of your screen, London on the right. As they come up to my commentary hut, it looks to me as though it could be London Rowing Club. Half a length out in front of Vesta. Just a narrow advantage. As they push on down the course. London Rowing Club asked to move over to their station. Vesta trying to hold on to overlap. Umpire David Biddulph warning London Rowing Club. They need to get back to their station. That could cost them a little bit of time, but they're still have the upper side over Vesta Rowing Club here. London Rowing Club holding on to a lead. The bow ball of Vesta Rowing Club about level with stroke of London Rowing Club. Still a hard-fought battle between these two crews. Vesta trying to regain on London Rowing Club. London Rowing Club holding on to the advantage over Vesta. The London Rowing Club crew, Darren Essahus, Catherine Grayson, Elizabeth Cottrell, Marriage Plaque. The Vesta crew, Francesca Lidlow, Lydia Cronin, Charlotte Arell and Rebecca Kelly. But London Rowing Club still the advantage on the Buckinghamshire station. Their dark blue kit, the white stripe down the side, leading out this first semi-final of the academic Coxless Fours. They now seem to have clear water over Vesta here. As they push past Old Blades and into the final third of the course. London Rowing Club leading the first semi-final of the academic Coxless Fours. Vesta Rowing Club still just about in touch. They're coming back now in the closing stages of this race. You can see them putting on a sprint now for the line, trying to catch up with the London Rowing Club crew. Looks like they're back in contact now as they push into the final stages of this race. It's going to need a fight from Vesta here. They want to respond to London Rowing Club. London Rowing Club still holding on to that lead as the next semi-final gets ready on the start. This will be between Worcester Rowing Club and Tideway Scullers School, both off the start now on the left of your picture. Clean start for both crews. Tideway Scullers now on your screen there. But it looks as though it is Worcester in the darker kit on the right-hand side who have the early lead, maybe half a length over Tideway Scullers. They're on the Berkshire station, lane 1. Tideway Scullers on the Buckinghamshire side, lane 2. So Worcester Rowing Club still out in front in this race over Tideway Scullers, with both crews in contact. There can only be half a length in it. Worcester still pushing on. Tideway Scullers School regaining ground here. It was half a length. It looks to me that it's only just over a canvas now as they push past the midway point of the course. Worcester still holding on to a lead. A crew of Megan Pickering, Elizabeth Johnson, Megan Halpin and Eloise Fools leading Tideway Scullers School. But look how close that is on the drone there. Neck and neck. Tideway Scullers School making a move in the second half of this race. Tideway Scullers School fighting back. It looks as though they might have the upper hand now. Tideway Scullers School moving through. They need to correct their steering though. Tideway moving into the middle. They must be warned by the umpire shortly. Tideway Scullers now drawing level with Worcester here. Alina Davies, Claire Fisher, Catherine Callup, Catherine Jane Coop. Tideway Scullers are battling here with Worcester. It looks as though Tideway fighting back in the second half of this race. They've drawn level. Can they pull through to claim a spot in the final of the academic Coxless Fours? It looks to me as though Tideway Scullers now out in front. Let's look at this drone shot. You can just see the advantage that they've gained. As they push on down the course here. Behind them, the next event just off the start. So I'm joined by another Jack. He'll be in the box with me. Jack, who have we got in this next race?
So in the next race, race number 366, University of London on the Berkshire station and Durham University on the Buck station, and a very close race off the start so far.
A battle of the purple kit we've got here. We've got the dark purple of University of London, the lighter lilac of Durham on the far side. And it looks as though University of London an early lead there in that event.
Yeah, really strong start from University of London. On the bank side, as you can see on your screen now, just edging out possibly a few seats ahead.
But let's just have a look back at the previous event. Coming into the finish now, the academic Coxless Fours. Tideway Scullers School came through Worcester Rowing Club in the closing stage of this race. It looks as though they've taken that lead. As they come in towards the finish, they'll be delighted with that move there. Going through to the final in this event, the academic Coxless Fours. Tideway Scullers School lead Worcester Rowing Club. And they will be delighted to have pulled through in the second half of that race. We'll bring you the official results shortly.
And back to the Aspirational Academic 8. Great to see University of London now have clear water over Durham University.
So 6 of the athletes in the University of London crew, 1 gold in the Inter 8s at Bucks. 1 is from the silver winning Championship 8 from Bucks. So a strong crew from University of London. Meanwhile, the same Durham University crew came 4th in the Championship 8s at the same event.
As you'll see on your screen now, beautiful views from a drone. It's brightened up here in Henley. It was looking threatening earlier with some cloud in the sky, but now clear skies and not too much wind, which is a perfect conditions for the finals day.
Looking out into the distance there, you can just about see the white marquee that marks the finish line on the left there, and it is University of London out in front. Squeezing in this academic Aspirational 8s. Followed by, on your picture now, that is the Durham University crew. They came 4th at Bucks in the Championship 8s.
I'd say the Durham crew looking very, very tidy. Great blade work from all 8 of the rowers there. Same goes for University of London, of course, who are just edging out ahead, maintaining the lead towards the finish.
Yeah, powerful crew we have here from University of London. 6 the rowers, bronze at the Championship 8 at Bucks. Sorry, 6 the athletes, gold in the Championship 8 at Bucks. 1 from the silver Championship 8. So it is the dark purple that is won out over the lilac. University of London leading Durham University into the finish.
Difficult angle on your screen here, but it looks like University of London just extended that lead a little bit as they edged closer to the finish now.
So with that, the next semi-final in the same event, the Aspirational Academic 8s, Oxford Brookes University taking on Newcastle University, and they are left of your screen now. That is the crew of Oxford Brookes in the maroon. 7 of the athletes who won silver in the Inter-8s at Bucks. But through the line there, the previous semi-final, and it was University of London who led Durham University into the finish.
And it looks like in the current race, Oxford Brookes just a few seats ahead here of Newcastle University. Oxford Brookes plus really strong university crews making good work so far.
Yeah, the yellow boat, the maroon kit of Oxford Brookes pulling ahead of the blue star of Newcastle here as they go past our commentary hut.
Very close rivalry indeed. We often see Brookes come up against Newcastle, two fantastically able rowing universities. Brookes so far almost have clear water ahead of Newcastle so far, but making good work of course.
Yeah, Newcastle trying to stay in contact here, trying to stay in touch as we push on towards the spectator zone. Probably only half a length separating these two boats. Oxford Brookes still out in front.
Newcastle though still very much in touch with this race. Brookes have the upper hand at the moment. It could be a very, very close finish.
Cox, Elise Sanderson of Oxford Brookes University looking over at the crew from Newcastle, checking their position, calling her crew on, making sure they do what they need to do. She looks again as they continue to push on into the closing stage of this race. Oxford Brookes don't want to leave the door open for Newcastle here. They want to push on towards the finish. And they're Cox making sure they're in the position they need to be. Newcastle University increasing their rate as they push in towards the line. They're trying to take the challenge to Oxford Brookes here. They're trying to regain some of the ground. As we now come in past Old Blades in towards the final 250 metres or so. Newcastle University fighting back. It looks like they might be gaining ground on Brookes here.
Well, slightly difficult to see on the screen now. It almost looks like Newcastle's rowing through Brookes, but Brookes responding there, taking the rate up. I think they might still have the upper hand. Just about. There we have it.
Brookes holding on, but my oh my, Newcastle really taking the fight to them here. Newcastle now only about half a length back as we push in towards the finish. 200 metres to go. It's going to take a lot of movement from Newcastle in order to regain the lead in this race. Brookes so far holding off this challenge, but my, Newcastle making them work for it.
Yep, they certainly aren't handing over to Brookes just yet. Pushing them all the way to the line. We see Newcastle there just up in the race a bit there.
This camera now looking from our finish line. Brookes still holding on as Newcastle continue to sprint for the line. Have Brookes done enough to hold on to pole position here? It's going to be close.
What a tight race. Brookes still holding on for the time being. It looks like They have the win. Congratulations to Oxford Brookes University.
Well, with that race complete, let's see if we can bring you some of the results of the races we've had come through. Okay, well, next race is off the start. This, again, in the Aspirational... Sorry, no, we're into the Championship 8s now. And it is Oxford Brookes taking on Thames Rowing Club. Oxford Brookes University won the Championship 8s at Bucks Regatta. And their crew includes athletes who competed at the World Championships for Great Britain. Thames Rowing Club currently sat behind, second ranked 8 at Thames Rowing Club, racing in the championship event.
Once again, Oxford Brookes showing their dominance in these early stages of the race. Looking so strong off the start. Now at least 2 lengths of clear water. They'll be looking to make their mark here today.
Yeah, barely halfway down the course, and Oxford Brookes already a really strong advantage here. Looking comfortable in this semi-final of the Championship 8s.
Result of race 164, the Academic Club Coxless 4s, London Rowing Club beat Vesta A by 1 length in a time of 4 minutes and 52 seconds. Result of race 165, Tideway Scullers beat Worcester Rowing Club by 1 length and a quarter in a time of 4 minutes and 48 seconds. Result of race 166, London University A beat Durham University A by 1 length in a time of 4 minutes 25 seconds. And race 167, Oxford Brookes beat Newcastle A by 1/3 of a length in a time of 4 minutes 24 seconds.
So in this first semi-final of the Championship 8, Oxford Brookes University still well out in front. Beth Dutton, Maddie Gardner, Harriet Ferguson, Coralie Spearman, Izzy Hawes, Esme Booth, Taylor Caudle, Sophia Heath and Cox Autumn Mantle for Oxford Brookes University. And look at the lead they have developed in this race as they come past Old Blades and into the last 500 metres, some 3 or 4 lengths there of clear water. But on the start and under starters' orders is our next semi-final. This will be between Tideway Scullers and Thames Rowing Club. Thames Rowing Club were the fastest club crew at Met and Marlow Regatta. So they'll be looking for a strong performance in this event. They are on the Buckinghamshire station, the left-hand side of your screen. Tideway Scullers, the red and yellow on the right. But on your screen there, that is the finish for Oxford Brookes University, who take the win in the first semi-final of the Championship 8s.
Well, back to the start. Tideway Scullers on the Berkshire Station, Thames Rowing Club on the Buck Station. I expect this to be a very, very tight race indeed in the Championship 8s. And as we can see from the start, both boats racing ahead. It looks like Thames Rowing Club, I was going to say, have a possible lead.
Maybe only just, but it's incredibly tight indeed. The white and red and yellow Tideway Scullers on the right of your screen, the darker kit of Thames Rowing Club on the left. We know Thames Rowing Club were the fastest club crew at Met and Marlow Regatta. We don't know too much about this crew of Tideway Scullers. Well, you can hear the click of the Tideway Scullers boat as it goes by, and that shows the real acceleration into the finish of these athletes. Tideway Scullers holding on to the slight advantage over Thames Club. There you can see the overhead shot. Tideway Scullers maybe a seat and a canvas ahead of Thames Rowing Club. Both crews matching their rates, stroke for stroke.
Tideway Scullers just inching out a little bit now. Possibly a couple of seats ahead of Thames. There really isn't a lot in it though.
Thames Rowing Club need to stay in contact here. I'm sure they've got a few tricks up their sleeve. But so far, Tideway Scullers holding on to 3 or 4 seats lead now, pushing up to nearly half a length. As we go through the competitor area. Real acceleration through the finishes in the Tideway Scullers boat. Thames, on the other hand, seems to be favouring the catch in their stroke pattern. Really picking it up at the front end. But it is Tideway Scullers who hold on to the pole position in this race.
Yes, Tideway Scullers looking so dominant over Thames, who are still at their heels. Both boats really moving with some pace now.
Well, they're coming into the last 300 or so metres of this race. Tideway Scullers just out in front. Over the Thames crew. Can only be half a length at most as they push in towards the finish line. A tight race indeed in this Championship 8s semi-final.
Yeah, Thames have their work cut out. If Tideway Scullers can just hold on to this, they could well be through. I suspect it may be going all the way to the line though.
Both crews increasing their rate. They know they're near the finish now. You can see the Cox of Tideway Scullers calling her crew on. She's looking over at Thames Rowing Club. Thames Rowing Club's Cox looking back. A real challenge here in the closing stage of this race. Another look from Tideway Scullers. Have they done enough? Are they pushing ahead? It looks to me as though they're holding on to that advantage despite the sprint from Thames Rowing Club. Tideway Scullers through the line first, and they will go through to the final of the Championship 8s.
What an exciting race. It really was. Well done, Tideway Scullers, through to the next round, through to the final. Results from race 368, Oxford Brooks beat Thames Rowing Club by 3 lengths in a time of 4 minutes and 28 seconds. Result of race 369, Tideway Scullers School beat Thames A by 3/4 of a length in a time of 4 minutes and 19 seconds.
Well, a serene shot of Temple Island there, the top end of our course here at Henley Women's 2021. We are shortly anticipating the next race on the course. This should be the Junior 16 Coxed Fours. I believe this may be a final, in fact. Yeah, a little gap in racing now as we start to look ahead to finals. At 2:20, we're expecting the final of the Championship Lightweight Single Sculls. We move forward with the Junior 16 Coxed Fours, the Academic Lightweight Single Sculls, Junior 16 Quads. We'll move our way through the event. So, semi-finals now done. We look ahead to a whole raft of finals up ahead of us this afternoon on Sunday at Henley Women's 2021. So next race expected at around 2:20, 10 minutes time. Well, our next race is underway. This is the Championship Lightweight Single Sculls. The final for the Godfrey Row Sports Trophy between Nottingham County Rowing Association's Olivia Bates and Reading University's Lauren Madison. Olivia Bates won the Championship Lightweight Single Sculls at Bucks. Lauren won the Inter Lightweight Single Sculls at Bucks. So Inter versus champs here. But it does look as though it's Notts County, the green of Notts County's Olivia Bates out in front in the early stages of this race. The final of the Championship Lightweight Single Sculls, the first final of Henley 2021.
Well, these two ladies have got the finals underway today, and it looks like Olivia Bates of Nottinghamshire County has taken an early lead, but it's absolutely still to play for Lauren Madison from Reading University in the Buck Station.
That's Olivia Bates of Notts County on your screen now in the green. Developed a sizable lead over Lauren Madison of Reading University. Some 2 or 3 lengths now as she comes into the competitor zone here. She can now confidently look back on her fellow sculler, her competition here, and respond to any moves that Lauren of Reading makes.
We see Lauren Madison just moving towards the middle of the river there. She won't be enjoying the old water from Olivia Bates, who goes into the lead, taking quite a sizable lead as well.
Olivia looking comfortable there as she pushes on. Cool, calm and collected. Now pushing through the competitor area in towards the final third of this race.
Olivia Bates from Notts County still maintaining that lead over Lauren Madison of Reading University. Both looking incredibly sharp at the catch. No doubt looking to send it, but saving enough energy for the finish. If Olivia Bates can hold on to this, she will take the win, no doubt.
These athletes racing for the Godfrey Row Sports Trophy. Championship Lightweight Single Sculls. The distinctive bright green kit of Notts County Rowing Association. Down from Nottingham. Racing in Nottingham at Bucks last weekend. She won the Championship Lightweight Single Scull there. And it looks like she's going to win the Championship Lightweight Single Sculls here at Henley Women's 2021. She now pushes in to the last 300 metres of her race past Old Blades. We look ahead to the start, where the next race is under starters' orders.
Still Olivia Bates on your screen. Can she do the double here today? She took the British University's gold medal. Can she take the gold? And yes, she can.
So we're now moving to our camera on the finish line as we pick up these two athletes coming into the final stage of their race. But it is Olivia Bates of Notts County Rowing Association out in front, followed by Lauren Madison of Reading University. The final of the Championship Lightweight Single Sculls racing for the Godfrey Row Sports Trophy. our first final of the day. Olivia Bates looking confident for Notts County out in front. She now comes in towards the line. And she will be delighted with that race. There you go, over the line to win the Godfrey Rowe Sports Trophy for the Championship Lightweight Single Sculls. With that, let's take a look ahead to our next race. This now, the Junior 16 Coxed Fours racing for the West End ARA Trophy. Latimer Upper School on the Berkshire Bank. Surbiton High School on the far Buckinghamshire Bank. Surbiton in the green, Latimer Upper in the blue and white.
Just awaiting starters' orders now as they're on the stake boats. Stake boats, rather, waiting to get underway.
Cox of Latimer Upper has her hand in the air, indication she's not quite happy with the line. Hand comes down. Umpire puts them under starters' orders now. Flag is unrolled. Getting ready to get underway. This is the most nervous point for these athletes, sat on the start, awaiting the go, awaiting to get underway. Latimer Upper just corrected their line there. Hand of the Cox comes back up. Surbiton all equally not happy yet. Just making sure their line is straight before they get underway. These the stake boats being used for Henley 2021, moved a little bit further along Temple Island this year. The course now 1,400 metres.
No doubt make it a little bit easier for the Coxes, starting on the booms. Certainly help their steering.
Absolutely worth remembering, of course, at Henley, a steering area doesn't just mean hitting a plastic buoy, it means ultimately the end of your race. But there you go, underway, the red flag is waved and off we go with Surbiton High School versus Latimer Upper.
As a reminder, this is the final of the Junior 16 Coxed Fours, now in play with Latimer Upper School on the Berkshire Station and Surbiton High School on the Buck Station. Buck Station being the furthest away and the Berkshire Station closest to you on the screen now, closest to the towpath anyway.
It does look as though Surbiton taking an early lead here, maybe about a canvas up there as they push on off the start. Both crews now settling into their rhythm. You can see the green of Surbiton High School in the top of your picture. They've just gained another seat there. Latimer Upper just falling back slightly in the early stages of this race. Could this be an indication of the speed of that Surbiton High School boat? It looks like Surbiton nearly have two seats now. And here the cheers of the crowd in the spectator zone, supporting their athletes. Surbiton High School continuing to pull out. Ahead, bow of Surbiton High School no longer in contact with bow of Latimer Upper. Indeed, it may be two seats they've got ahead, half a length ahead of Latimer Upper School as they leave the spectator zone and push on into the middle of this race.
Plenty of support here in the competitors area for both crews, spectators area rather. Certainly for these finals, we're going to see some really exciting racing over the next couple of hours. And so far, Surbiton High School on the Buck Station taking the lead over Latimer Upper School in the Junior 16 Coxed Fours.
Surbiton pulling further away with every stroke, looking to break the elastic, looking to push out ahead here and make a decisive move in the early stage of this race. Latimer really need to focus to regain ground here. They cannot let Surbiton get the upper hand. But it's a difficult place to respond when you know your competitor is out in front, when their puddles are no longer beside you, when you're starting to not hear their crew.
I was going to say, there's a huge amount of psychology that plays into racing, side-by-side racing, especially when you can see the crew ahead. You really need to grit your teeth and just really start pushing.
With every stroke, the class of this Surbiton High School crew is showing. They are pushing out further and further in front of Latimer Upper there. That now looks as though it could be 2 lengths of clear water separating these two boats. Just going through into the final third of this race. It would take a real move by Latimer Upper to come back at this stage. Just about 300 metres or so before the finish line. That white tent you can see in the distance.
Surbiton a good 2 or 3 lengths up on Latimer Upper School. Really showing their dominance in this race from the halfway point onwards. Really building and building on their advantage.
Surbiton High School now taking the rate down. They're quite confident. They're out in front now. And they will just continue to hold this pace through to the line. They'll be delighted with their performance here in the final of the Junior 16 Cox 4s, racing for the West End ARA Trophy. But then let's take a look to our next race, which is just about to get underway. This is the Aspirational Lightweight Single Sculls, racing for the Fiona Dennis Trophy. University of Surrey. Sasha Kennedy takes on Tunsha Thiessen of Wallingford Rowing Club.
Two very, very strong scullers indeed. We saw Kennedy earlier, University of Surrey. Kennedy took the silver in the intermediate lightweight singles at the British University Championships.
And it does look as though it's Sasha Kennedy who is out in front at this early stage of the race, half a length up on Tunsha Thiessen of Wallingford Rowing Club. But there through the line, just on the right hand side of your picture, you can see Surbiton High School taking the win in the Junior 16 Coxed 4s event. But we're riding now with the single sculls. That on your screen is Sasha Kennedy of University of Surrey. She's on the Berkshire bank. Behind her now, about 2 to 3 lengths back, Tunsha Thiessen of Wallingford Rowing Club.
Just passing the spectator area now. Plenty of support for both scullers. Sasha Kennedy still maintaining a slight lead though over the Wallingford sculler. Just building on that lead now, well over 1 length between them. Nice clear water for Sasha Kennedy.
You can see in the distance the white marquee that is the finish line, now in sight as they come into the second half of this race. Pushing on towards the finish now. Sasha Kennedy of University of Surrey, some 3 or 4 lengths ahead.
Result of race 170, the championship lightweight single sculls. O. Bate of Nott County Rowing Association beat L. Madison of Reading University easily in a time of 5 minutes and 29 seconds. Race number 171, Surbiton High School beat Latimer Upper in a time of, by 4 lengths in a time of 4 minutes 54 seconds.
And that brings us to our current final on the course. The Aspirational Lightweight Single Sculls, racing for the Fiona Dennis Trophy. Sasha Kennedy of University of Surrey out in front. She won silver in the Intermediate Lightweight Single Sculls at Bucks. Well out in front now. She looks set to win gold for the Aspirational lightweight single sculls here at Henley Women's Regatta 2021. Tunja Thiessen of Wallingford Rowing Club, several lengths back, currently sat in second.
Jack, these finals are really shaping up some brilliant crews to come. Marlow taking on Kingston Grammar School next. We have Oxford University Women's, we have Henley, we have Reading. Some really top crews out there coming up. But of course, Sasha Kennedy at the moment still extending her lead at the moment over the Wallingford sculler.
Yeah, you can see Sasha Kennedy going into the finish there to complete the final of the Aspirational lightweight single sculls. But lots of exciting races to look forward to this afternoon as we build up to a climax on Sunday of Henley Women's 2021. Next up we have the Junior 16 quads, and we've got the championship pairs and the Junior 8s. So some exciting races to follow this one. And the next race is on the start. Under starters orders now. So we'll take a look at that. So this next race, the Junior 16 coxed quads, coxless quads, racing for the Nina Padwick Trophy. You can see them on the left of your screen. Marlow Rowing Club, they are on the right-hand side in the kind of orangey red. And then Kingston Grammar School in the red and white on the left of your screen. Umpire raises the red flag. The race is now underway.
There we have it, the J16 quads now in play for the final here at Henley Women's Regatta 2021. Marlow Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station and Kingston Grammar School on the Buck Station.
So that is Kingston Grammar School in your picture there. The red Stanley, the red kit, the red visors. It's all red in the Kingston Grammar School boat, except of course for the white stripe at the side. On the left-hand side is the crew of Marlow Rowing Club. Both crews neck and level as they come through our spectator area. You can see the pink and white parasols of the Henley Women's Regatta Cafe. They push past our first camera. It looks as though the slightest advantage to Marlow Rowing Club. That's a crew of Emma Rayner, Annabelle Rayner, Isabel Kellen-Shorthose and Katie Breeze. Still very close indeed between these two boats.
Yeah, it looks like Marlow on the Berkshire Station just have a slight lead there. Possibly 2 or 3 seats up on Kingston Grammar School. Both crews looking very composed, sitting up in these early stages of a race.
Marlow pushing off from Kingston Grammar School. You can see the lean in the Marlow boat, lengthening the end of their stroke there. Just opening up the hatches a bit at the end of the slide. Developing a good run on their boat.
Yeah, beautiful rowing from Marlow. Right now, Kingston Grammar School looking to keep Marlow in their sights though, not giving them too much space ahead. No doubt looking to close that gap as they come into the mid stages of a race.
Yeah, the bow ball of Kingston Grammar School still clinging on to the stern of Marlow. But Marlow still out in front as we now come through the halfway point of the race. We're well into the second half now, coming up to Old Blades and on towards Remenham Club. A warning for Marlow Rowing Club. They need to move back onto their station. Quite a readjustment needed there. That will have lost them a bit of speed. An opportunity for Kingston Grammar School to try and regain some ground. Let's see as they come up to our camera. Our old blades. Have Kingston managed to pull back into contention in this race? It looks as though Marlow still have the upper hand here. The umpire watching closely, ensuring we don't have a clash of blades in this race. Marlow still holding on to pole position over Kingston Grammar School.
It's great to see such a high standard sculling in these J16 crews, both so tidy, nice sharp catches, boats gliding beautifully through the water. No doubt a lot of these girls will go on to do great things.
Well, as Marlow lead out that race in the Junior 16 quads, we look ahead to the next event, which is just off from the start. This is the Championship Pairs, racing for the Redgrave Challenge Vase. And in this race we have the University of London, represented by Emily Lindberg and Isabel Powell, against Oxford University Women's Boat Club, represented by Julia Lindsay and Anja Zivus. And it is the University of London who have an early lead here of about a length as they come through the spectator zone. Emily and Isabel won silver in the Champ 8 and gold in the Champ Coxless 4 at Bucks. It looks like they're on for a good result here at Henley Women's 2021 in the Championship Pairs to complete their composite of sweet boats.
Going back to the J16 quads on the right hand side of your screen, you can see them approaching the finish now. Marlow still maintaining their lead over Kingston Grammar School, looking to take the win today as we see them going through the finish. Congratulations to Marlow Rowing Club taking the gold medal for the J16 quads.
Well, we're now riding with the University of London, who are in this Championship Pairs final. The next event on the course, fast going through the spectators area, and it is a strong lead for Emily Lindberg and Isabel Powell of London, out in front of Oxford University's Julia Lindsay and Anja Zafus. Lindsay and Zafus both from the Blue Boat in 2021, but so far not able to match the power of the University of London crew. Emily Lindberg and Isabel Powell out in front on the left of your screen.
And a quick update on results. Race number 372, Aspirational Lightweight Single Sculls. Sasha Kennedy of Surrey University beat Tinson of Wallingford Rowing Club by 3 lengths in a time of 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Race number 373, the Junior Coxless Quads, Marlow Rowing Club beat Kingston Grammar School by 1 3/4 lengths in a time of 4 minutes and 50 seconds.
So we're still riding with the Championship Pairs. Out in front, the University of London's Emily Lindberg and Isabel Powell, followed by Oxford University Women's Boat Club, Julia Lindsay and Anja Zafus. But a comfortable lead there for the University of London, the dark purple you can see on your screen.
Yeah, the University of London crew, Lindberg and Powell, done fantastically well this year's regatta. Really fighting off all the other competitors and showing their dominance here today in the final. Really strong pairing.
Well, as those championship pairs come in towards the finish, the next race is on the start. Will shortly be getting underway. This is the Junior 8s racing for the Peabody Cup. On the near side, in the blue, you have Headington School on the Berkshire Bank. And it is Henley Rowing Club who are on the far side, the Buckinghamshire Bank. Both competing for the Peabody Cup. Hands raised by the Headington School cocks, just straightening their line and getting ready for the start of this race. But we will shortly be underway with the Junior 8s.
Back at the finish, the University of London continue to lead Oxford University towards the finish. There we have it, a win for University of London, Lindbergh and Powell.
Well, we'll confirm that result shortly and give you the time. That all the results from today's racing available on the Henley Women's Regatta website, hwr.org.uk. You'll find all of the results and all of the times from this weekend's racing available on there for you to browse at your own leisure. But our next race due to set off from the start, this is the Junior 8s for the Peabody Cup. Headington School on the near side in the blue, Henley Rowing Club in the white. Race 375. We're just waiting for the umpire to get this race underway. Junior 8s will be a tough fought battle. School takes on a club. The benefit of the club, of course, is you've got a wider catchment area of people from which to draw. But here you go, they're off the start, and it's a fast start from both clubs. Looks to me as though Headington School have the early advantage here, maybe by as much as half a length as they come through the spectator area.
Yeah, really strong start from Headington off the start. Rating high. Henley, though, aren't giving them anything. Henley have very, very tidy blade work. Headington possibly slightly more powerful, just moving ahead.
Some real finishes in that Headington crew. Watch as their hands come into the end of the stroke, really batting into their chest there. They're putting a lot of acceleration, a lot of power down. Perhaps that's what's helping them to draw out this lead over the Henley crew. You can hear the crowds of supporters on the bank here supporting both these crews as they push off through the spectator zone and into the middle portion of this race. But Headington School out in front over Henley. And it looks as though they might be breaking to clear water here.
There we see Headington on the Berkshire side, just pulling away from Henley Rowing Club, the locals here. Looking very, very strong indeed.
Yeah, to move that distance so early in the race, that is an incredibly bold move. But looking at the Headington crew, I have every confidence they can hold it. There's real power in the boat, there's real technical skill as well. You can see they're coming down to the catch, they're getting their blades in neatly. But look at that power through the finish of the stroke. It's a really nice rhythm around the back end. Hands come into the chest with a little bit of acceleration through the squeeze of the legs.
Yeah, lovely rowing from Headington. Henley are going to have to really respond now if they're going to stay in this game. They've got their work cut out in the midsection of this race.
Quite a sizable gap now developing between Headington School and Henley Rowing Club in the Junior 8s. Racing for the Peabody Cup. But it is the light blue of Headington School, a crew of Amelia Pillar, Isabel McGee, Phoebe Huron, Amelia Gleed, Mia Brown, Molly Fennell, Claudia Rossington, Jessica Martin and Cox Sophie Wrightson for Headington School, who are out in front. You can see Sophie Wrightson there looking on at her crew, continuing to encourage them to push on in this race. They can't rest on their laurels here. They want to show what they can do at Henley Women's 2021. They continue to push on with their race plan there, show how dominant they are in this category.
Absolutely, the last race for them today. There's nothing worth leaving in the tank. But now we're on to the lightweight double sculls.
So here we have Reading University, Lara Britton and Chloe Knight taking on Cambridge University's Catherine and Gemma King. And it looks as though it is the King double that is out in front here. Look at the rate in that Cambridge boat. Off the start at a very high rate of striking, but really putting some power down as well. There's some real movement around the back end, real acceleration of the squeeze.
Yeah, really exciting racing. Cambridge University still racing incredibly high off the start, as are Reading, to be fair, on the near side.
But it is the Reading double who currently sit out in front in the Championship Lightweight Double Sculls final. So for all the rate of the Cambridge crew, it is the power of the Reading boat that currently has the upper hand in the early stages of this race. But I'll wager Cambridge have a lot left to throw at them as we go through this course. Cambridge looking very technically tight there on the far side in the mint green, but it is Reading about a length out in front. So Catherine and Gemma King, both members of the Blondie crew, successful against Osiris in 2021 in the reserve boat races. They are both twins to each other, and they formerly rowed at LEH. Meanwhile, the Reading crew, Lara Britton and Chloe Knight, won gold in the Championship Lightweight Quads at Bucks, and Knight was fourth in the Lightweight Single Sculls. So two strong crews we have here in the Championship Lightweight Double Sculls, but it is Reading who currently have the upper hand over the King twins.
Yep, two very, very accomplished crews, but I have to say, Cambridge are pulling back. I think this could be a very, very close race indeed. If Cambridge can just put a bit more of a push in at this stage in the race, they might be chasing Reading all the way to the line.
Absolutely, we're now through Old Blades into the final stage. It's probably the final third of the course here at Henley Women's. Remnant Club will now be coming into sight ahead of these boats. Reading trying to hold off a challenge from Cambridge, who are mounting their sprint in towards the line. The King twins really pushing them on here. King twins maintaining this high rate of striking. They've had it all the way through the course. Will it be enough to bring them up against this Reading crew of Lara Britton and Chloe Knight? Cambridge trying to fight back in the second half of this race, trying to regain the ground and see if they can pull out ahead in the Championship Lightweight Double Sculls. It looks to me as though Cambridge gaining momentum here. Reading need to respond.
Yeah, we see both crews taking the rate up now as they come towards the final stages of this race. Both really sitting up, driving on legs.
Reading still the slightest advantage over that Cambridge crew, but Cambridge now only a canvas behind. There's still a bit of water left. We've got about 100 to 150 metres left of the course. Cambridge need to make quite a dramatic move if they want to fight back here. Reading holding them off so far.
Yeah, there really isn't much in it now between the two crews.
So we know the King twins, they've won the double sculls at Bucks Regatta. But it looks as though this Reading University crew so far holding them off in towards the line. Lara Britton, Chloe Knight pushing on for Reading on the near side in the darker kit. The mint green of Cambridge challenging them as we come into the line. This camera is shooting from the finish line. We're very close now. Cambridge versus Reading, both in contact. Stroke for stroke, it looks as though Reading still have that slight advantage. As we come in towards the line. There go Reading, about a length and maybe a canvas up on Cambridge. But what a closely fought race there between the two championship lightweight double sculls.
I was going to say a super final there between Reading and University and Cambridge University. Both two very, very competent crews with a long list of wins each crew.
So we've got our little gap before our next race. This at 3 o'clock we are expecting the Aspirational Academic Fours. Before that, let's see if we can bring you some of the results of the earlier finals we've seen and the official times.
And back to the results. Race number 374, the championship pairs. London University beat Oxford University by 4 lengths in a time of 5 minutes and 16 seconds. Race number 175, the Junior 8s. Headington School beat Henley Rowing Club easily. Time 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Race 176, Championship Lightweight Double Sculls. Reading University beat Cambridge University by 1 1/4 lengths. Time 5 minutes and 1 second.
Yeah, London! Have a good one!
Go, UL!
Yeah, Georgia!
So you can hear some spectators have found the location of our atmospheric mics, just cheering on London there. Picking up some of the noises from the bank here at Henley. 2 boats just lining up for our next race. This will be the Aspirational Academic Coxless Fours. London University, the dark purple on the near side. And on the far side, that is the blue of Imperial College London. So this year at Henley Women's Regatta, it's a 1,400 metre course. State boats drawn a little bit further down Temple Island here. Starting right at the start of the booms. Slightly easier for these crews to steer, knowing exactly where those are.
Go, Scholars!
They'll go down through this, past Temple Island, past the meadows here where we have our spectator area, through the barrier into the competitor zone. That's the next third of the race. Then they'll go past Old Blades and Upper Thames Club and into the finish line at Remenham. So 1,400 metres, about 4 minutes to 5 minutes for most of our races here today. Of course, because the course is shorter this year, there won't be records set at Henley Women's 2021. The record book will be open once again next year, I'm sure. For now, what is up for grabs are the trophies. So for this race, it's the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy up for grabs, the Aspirational Academic Fours. And battling for that are the University of London and Imperial College London. So 2 great London universities taking each other on. University of London represented by Georgina Cohen, Esme Jones, Alexander Hollis and Trudy Marks. They're on the right hand side of your picture. On the left hand side, Imperial College London, represented by Laura Ellington, Daisy Bethel, Gladisa Musolari and Elizabeth Witt. Behind them, the catamaran carrying our umpire for today's race. We'll be keeping a close eye to ensure this is a fair fight. Race 377, the final of the Aspirational Academic Coxless Falls. Behind the cruise you can see the Temple Island, of course, always marking the start of a race at Henley. This cruise awaiting the opportunity to get underway. The crews now come forward, the umpire standing up. We're nearly ready to get started with this final. London University on the right, on the left, Imperial College. The arm raised of London University, just straightening their line slightly. They're ready to go. Imperial ready to. No, London's hand raised again. Just making sure they get the perfect line off the start. And they are underway. This, the final of the Aspirational Academic Coxless Fours.
What a great start for University of London on the Berkshire station. Just edging ahead, it looks like, off the start. And Imperial College London on the Buck station on the left-hand side on your screen. Imperial College getting dangerously close to the booms back then, steering slightly further into the middle of the river now.
University of London out in front, but being warned by the umpire. They need to move back onto their station here to avoid a blade clash. University of London correct their steering. As they come through past our first camera, they sit about 3/4 of a length ahead of the Imperial College crew.
Yeah, you will! Go, you will!
Crews drawing crowds from the spectators area just outside us where the commentary position is. A lot of support for both University of London and Imperial College.
Imperial College gaining back some ground here. It looks like it's only about half a length now separating these two boats. Imperial College trying to fight back against the early lead of University of London.
University of London now a length up on Imperial College, looking to make their mark in the early stages of this race.
Quite an exaggerated finish in the University of London boat. You can really see that click as the blades come through the back end of the stroke. A bit smoother in the Imperial crew, but perhaps that click representing the power of this University of London boat. Really putting down the puddles there on the Berkshire station. And now pulling out to potentially clear water over the Imperial College crew. I see gaining momentum here. The Imperial College crew challenging University of London, starting to push up on them now as we come into the middle portion of this race. University of London have the early lead, but they can't rest on their laurels here. They need to push on. They need to hold on to that pole position. Imperial College fighting back.
Yeah, Imperial College putting on a brilliant display here as it looks like they're pushing through University of London. It's quite difficult to see from the camera angle here. Beautiful rowing though from both crews as they get into the middle section of this race.
So here they come, our camera spins round. You can see that Imperial College London have gained a great deal of ground here on University of London. They were half a length down. It looks like they're now half a length up on the University of London crew. So that's a whole length of distance they've managed to regain there.
Mind you, University of London responding now. They can see Imperial College just to the side of them, edging ahead, not wanting to get left behind. They've got a bit of a push to do to stay in contention this race.
So both crews now passing Old Blades in towards the finish of this race. They're well into the final third now. Hard to say who the momentum is with. We saw that Imperial were making a strong move through the second half. If I had to put my bet on it, I think Imperial are continuing to move on now. But University of London still trying to take the fight to them as we push up towards the finish line. Here we go as we spin round for the finish. Does look like Imperial College London have made a decisive move in the second half. And they will take the win in this final of the Aspirational Academic Fours, a length up on University of London. But with that, the next race is on the start. We're now looking ahead to the Aspirational Club 8, racing for the Copus Cup. We have Tideway Scullers School in the red and yellow on the near side Berkshire Bank. Cantabrigian Rowing Club on the far side, Buckinghamshire Station. Both crews waiting to get underway. We're told this is the first Henley Women's Regatta for the majority of the Cantabrigian crew. But they won the Women's 8 event on the Saturday of Met Regatta this year and made it into the A final of the Women's 8s at Marlow. There's 3 former boat racers in the boat. Callum Mantell, who steered the Cambridge Lightweight men to victory in 2014, is the cox. Stroke Ellie Darlington, who was in the Oxford Women's Blue Boat in 2012. And bow Chiara Avincini, who was in the Cambridge Lightweight Women's Blue Boat in 2019. But they're now underway.
Well, both crews are off with Tideway Scullers on the Berkshire Station, Cantabrigian on the Buck Station. It looks like Scullers almost have an early lead, only a seat or two. It's going to be a very, very close race, I suspect.
Yeah, Scullers just pulling out the early lead here, but Cantabrigian not letting them have too much water in the early stages of this race. There you go as they pass our camera. It is at most half a length to Tideway Scullers, probably a seat less than that, as Cantabrigian follow them through the first third of the course here. You can hear all the cheers from the crowds. You can hear the shouts of the coxes. Momentum currently with Tideway Scullers, who continue to push on here.
Yeah, Scullers at least half a length up on Cantabrigian. Looking very, very strong coming past the spectator area.
Cox Benjamin Rich of Tideway Scullers crew calling his crew on. He is now level with the bow ball of the Cantabrigian boat. But he will want his crew to break clear, to have clear water separating them, and then they can feel a bit more comfortable in this race. Callum Mantell, Cox in the Cantabrigian boat, encouraging his athletes to push back here in the early stages, to stay in contact with Tideway Scullers. Cantabs just clinging on here. Their stern still in line with the bow of Tideway Scullers School. Sorry, their bow still in line with the stern of Tideway Scullers School.
Lovely work though from Tideway Scullers. So sharp at the front end. Cantabrigian as well, looking very, very tidy. Not giving too much away to Tideway Scullers in the early part of this race, looking to stay in contention.
It's the red and yellow of Tideway Scullers on the near side there, leading out this race. The navy and white of Cantabrigian. The challengers here sat just behind. But there you can see Tideway Scullers pushing up now on the finish line. The 8th races always over so quickly here on this 1,400 metre course. We now push into the last 250 metres. And it is Tideway Scullers still holding on to the upper hand here. Being pushed on by their cox, Benjamin Rich.
Yeah, just 15, 20 strokes in it left now. And Scullers are moving well into the lead here. Cantabrigian giving a good fight though.
Well, there we go. Coming up through Old Blades, past Upper Thames and into the final stretch. Go the 8s in this Aspirational Club 8s event. But on the start we have our next race. And this will be the Aspirational Double Sculls. Racing for the Rosie Maylothing Trophy. We have Walbrook Rowing Club on the near side. The yellow boat, the black kit. Against Cambridge University. On the Buckinghamshire station.
On the right hand side of your screen you can see Tideway Scullers just edging closer towards the finish. Tideway Scullers taking the win in the Aspirational Club 8s.
But off the start there, that is the crew of Walbrook Rowing Club. And they take an early lead in the double sculls. All no, but being fought back by their competitor. It's the crew of Cambridge University fighting back in the yellow kit, the white boat. And indeed it looks to me like Cambridge University now have the slight upper hand as we pass our camera in the spectator area. But very close indeed in the early stages of this Aspirational Double Sculls event. You can hear the cheers of the crowd there, coming in past the pink and white parasols of the Henley Women's Regatta Cafe. It is neck and neck between Walbrook Rowing Club and Cambridge University. So we think Cambridge might have about a canvas lead. Well, not even that. They've maybe got a foot lead as we push through the first third of this race, or maybe it's half a canvas, but it's incredibly close indeed in the early stages of this Aspirational Double Sculls event. Walbrook Rowing Club really not giving them any distance here. So both the Cambridge crew, they were in the winning Blondie Reserve crew this year. Rebecca Dell, a 3-time Blondie crew member, 2019 through to 2021. A former member of Durham University Boat Club. She handed in her PhD this week. She'll be hoping that she can now win this event at Henley Women's Regatta just to round the week off. But it does look like Walbrook Rowing Club now pulling into a lead. Holly Yude and Natasha Gallagher stretching a slight advantage over Cambridge University as they push into the second half of this race. About 3/4 of a length to a length up. So they now push through the competitor zone, the middle portion of this race, well into the second half now.
Yeah, Walbrook carrying their lead through into the second half of this race. Cambridge University have their work cut out now. They're not too far off the pace, but They need to just keep the pressure on Walbrook all the way through to the finish.
Hollywood and Natasha Gallagher of Walbrook currently holding on to pole position here, but so little in it and plenty of water still to go as Rhiannon Mulligan and Rebecca Dell of Cambridge University challenge them coming in towards the final stage of this race. This, our camera from about Old Blades now, pushing up towards Upper Thames. So we're coming into the closing stages. It is still Walbrook Rowing Club's Holly and Natasha currently just holding on to the advantage here over the Cambridge crew. So as they pass our camera at Old Blades, there's not a great deal of distance left, maybe a 200 metres of the course left, and Walbrook have some clear water separating them and Cambridge. They are looking pretty comfortable now, having stretched out in the second half of this race for the Rosie May-Glothin Trophy in the Aspirational Double Sculls.
Yes, Walbrook enjoying this clear water ahead and making good work of the second half of this course, just ahead of Cambridge University.
They come in towards the finish now. Final stages of this race. Walbrook still holding on to that lead over Cambridge University. As the camera spins round, looks like there is still a clear lead to Walbrook. Cambridge, no time to respond here. Walbrook will take the final of the Aspirational Double Sculls. If we look ahead, our next final is on the start. This is the Development Coxed Fours racing for the Frank v Harry Cup. Walbrook delighted with that result there in the Aspirational Double Sculls. But let's look ahead to our next race. This race will be between Agecroft Rowing Club and Aberdeen University. Agecroft are on the near side in the red and white. And it is a composite from Scotland. It's Aberdeen University.
Both crews off the start now. And Agecroft looking very, very strong, possibly just a fraction ahead of Aberdeen University. Taking a slight early lead here, getting quite close to the booms.
Yeah, both crews using their station on the course. So a fair gap between them, no risk of blade crash at the moment, but it is Agecroft who are out in front. As the red boat goes past our camera there, we can see they're about 3/4 of a length ahead of the Aberdeen University crew. Near the Cox there, squeeze, send, encouraging a strong rhythm in her boat there. That would be from the Agecroft crew. They continue to push out in front, gaining water with every stroke.
Agecroft striking 38, still going very, very quickly off the start. See if they can continue this pace. No doubt looking to settle into the middle part of this race. And just a quick catch up on results. The Aspirational Academic Coxless Fours, race number 377. Imperial College beat University London by 1 length in a time of 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Race number 378, the Aspirational Club 8. Tideway Scullers beat Cantabrigian by 1 length and 1/4 in a time of 4 minutes and 22 seconds. And race number 379, Walbrook Rowing Club beat Cambridge University in the Aspirational Doubles by 2 lengths in a time of 5 minutes and 8 seconds.
We can see here, looking back out on the course, the next race, 380 this, the final of the development Cox Fours, the Frank v Harry Cup, Agecroft versus Aberdeen. It does look like Agecroft still out in front in this race as we push in to the closing stages, coming up to our camera at Old Blades. So Agecroft pushing on here, and that is the crew of Andrea Stefkova, Hannah Robinson, Sarah Pearson, Claire Geyer and Seri Armit as Cox, leading over the crew of Aberdeen University as we push into the closing stages of that race. The red kit you can see there of Agecroft Rowing Club. So they're coming up to pass Old Blaze. It does look as though Aberdeen University just regained some ground here. It's a little bit closer than it was when we left. Let's pick up some results. Still about a length of advantage though to Agecroft, we think, as the camera pans round. Yes, Agecroft sat nearly a length up there. The bow ball of Aberdeen just about in contact with the stern of the Agecroft boat. But as these crews come right in towards the finish line, it would take a sizable move for the Aberdeen University crew to fight back here. Aberdeen putting in a strong sprint in the closing stages of this race as they come past Upper Thames. They're really taking the challenge to the crew of Agecroft here. Agecroft have led this race from the start, but do they have enough to hold on? They need to respond now in the closing stages of this race. There can only be 100 metres or so left.
There we have it. Agecroft also responding, just drawing away a little bit now from Aberdeen. Very, very close race. I was a bit worried there in the final stage. I could see Aberdeen almost rowing through, but not quite enough space. Congratulations, Agecroft, on taking the win of the development Coxed Fours.
Well, the next race is now underway. This is the Championship Single Sculls, racing for the George Innes Cup. We have Kyra Edwards of Nottingham Rowing Club and Abigail Parker of Cambridge University. A battle royal before our eyes, and it is Kyra Edwards who is out in front at present. She is a two-time medalist in the under-23 squad for GB. She won the senior women's double sculls in 2019. But Abigail Parker of Cambridge not to be discounted here. Former Cambridge University Women's Boat Club president, a multiple blue for Cambridge, who won silver in the Championship Single Sculls at Bucks.
Kyra Edwards, though, from Nottingham, just showing a dominance here in these early stages of a race. There really is no hiding in these single sculls on your own. You have everything to play for.
Well, it is a dominant performance from Kyra. She continues to extend her lead over Abigail Parker of Cambridge University. A really powerful sculler, but also a very technical one. And that combination doing well for her here at Henley Women's 2021. So we're now coming through the competitor area. Past the barrier now, up through the middle of the course.
Edwards now the two-time medalist in the under-23 GB squad, showing her experience here as she draws ahead of Abigail Parker, Cambridge University. So the boat running beautifully through the water now. And a quick look at the results. Race number 379, Aspirational Double Sculls. Walbrook beat Cambridge University by 2 lengths in a time of 5 minutes and 8 seconds. Race number 380, the development Coxed Fours, Agecroft beat Aberdeen University by 1 1/4 lengths. A time of 5 minutes and 14 seconds.
Well, on the course now, you can still see Kyra Edwards leading out in the championship single sculls, but the next race is underway. This is the championship Coxless Fours, racing for the Avril Vellecut Cup. The University of London takes on Newcastle University. University of London on the near side, the Berkshire Bank. The Blue Star of Newcastle on the Buckinghamshire Bank. University of London won the silver in the Champ Fours at Bucks behind Brooks. They are perhaps the favourite on paper for this event, but a strong crew from Newcastle University already taking the fight right to them in the early stages. You can see that on the left of your screen there. University of London just the slight advantage here, probably by a length over Newcastle University.
You will!
You can hear the shouts for their crew.
You will! Go Georgia! Go you will!
Newcastle University fighting back and trying to regain ground here.
Yeah, two really well-matched crews here. University of London, Berkshire Station, Newcastle University from the Buck Station. Should be a very, very good race, but University of London still maintaining that lead over Newcastle, enjoying that clear water.
Well, a quick mention for the dominant performance of Kyra Edwards in the championship single sculls. She goes through the line there. In the race for the George Innes Cup. But the race for the Avril Vellegut Cup, the championship Coxless Fours, continues. And it is the University of London now with a sizable lead over the Blue Star of Newcastle.
And University of London looking very composed, very strong in these latter parts of a race now. Really extending their lead here over Newcastle, just off the edge of the screen. University of London had a lot of success, won silver in the championship fours at the British Universities Championships, just behind Oxford Brooks.
That University of London crew, a crew of Georgia Heller-Tim, Flora Blake-Parsons, Georgina Robertson-Ranger and Phoebe Snowden. And they're leading out this final for the championship Coxless Fours over the Blue Star crew of Newcastle University. Well, as the University of London continue to dominate this event, we can look ahead to the next start on the course. From Championship Coxless fours, we now look at Aspirational Coxless quads, racing for the Chairman's Trophy. Shortly to come under starters' orders. They're now sat on the start at Temple Island. This are the crews of Upper Thames Rowing Club and Tideway Scullers School.
Still on your screen there at the moment, University of London striking 33. Haven't dropped their rating just yet with Newcastle in their sights. But Newcastle are going to have to put quite an impressive performance in if they're going to come through. This could be one for University of London.
Well, University of London looking very comfortable and confident there, but let's have a look at this next race now on the start. Upper Thames Rowing Club, Tideway Scullers School, racing for the Aspirational Coxless quads.
Well, as we look outside the warm, dry commentary cabin, we see the rain is pouring down now. We must remember though, rowing is a water sport, of course, so it shouldn't be putting these girls off too much. And there we have it, University of London taking the win in the Championship Coxless fours.
They'll be delighted with that result there. You can see the rain coming down behind them, but here we go. Let's have a look at the start. The umpire's now stood. We're ready to get under starters' orders. Tideway Scullers on the Buckinghamshire station. Upper Thames Rowing Club on the near side, the Berkshire on the right of your screen. Battling for the Chairman's Trophy in the Aspirational Coxless quads. Flag is raised, dropped, and the race is underway. Clean start for both of these crews. But it looks to me as though rating higher and perhaps getting some early ground here is the crew of Upper Thames. On the near side, the Berkshire Bank. A really speedy start from them. They knew what they needed to do at the top end of this race. And they are off like a rocket. Tideway Scullers School now found their speed. Found their rhythm as they push off now.
Well, Tideway Scullers are charging ahead off the start. Upper Thames, the locals here, just the way they are now, are still very much in this race at the start. Both crews looking very, very tight at the catch.
This is going to be a fast and competitive race. Tideway Scullers currently leading Upper Thames, but incredibly tight indeed as they come past our second camera. Tideway Scullers perhaps a length lead there. Upper Thames fighting back. Upper Thames just made a huge call. They're making a move now and starting to really take the fight to Tideway Scullers. Upper Thames staying latched onto the stern of Tideway Scullers. They don't want to let them get out in front here as they come in towards the competitor zone now. Tideway Scullers School out in front. Anna Smart, Elizabeth Hatch, Abigail Adibi, Jessie Goodall. Leading this race currently, Upper Thames holding on. Daisy Hampton, Alice Pictou, Sian Hinton and Courtney Edmonds for Upper Thames. Trying to hold on to the stern of Tideway Scullers, but it looks like Tideway Scullers have now broken free.
Yep, Tideway Scullers into clear water now. Starting to enjoy this race, looking back.
Well, that is a decisive move from Tideway Scullers. Now a length of clear water separating them from Upper Thames in the early stages of this race. It will take a mammoth move from Upper Thames to fight back here. Tideway Scullers leading out this race. in the Aspirational Coxless quads.
And catching up on results, race number 381, the championship single sculls. Kyra Edwards from Nottingham Rowing Club beat Abigail Parker from Cambridge University easily in a time of 5 minutes and 25 seconds. Race number 382 was the final of the championship Coxless fours, and London University beat Newcastle University by 4 lengths in a time of 4 minutes and 41 seconds.
Well, on the left of your picture there, you can see Tideway Scullers School now well out in front. In the lead of Upper Thames for the Aspirational Coxless quads. A comfortable lead there. And the verdict of this race likely to be easily for Tideway Scullers School. Anna Smart, Elizabeth Hatch, Abigail Adibi and Jessie Goodall there for Tideway Scullers. And here we go on the finish line. Tideway Scullers through in first for the Aspirational Coxless quads. Delighted with that result. Look at those celebrations in the Tideway Scullers crew.
Yes, very well deserved win for Tideway Scullers, showing their dominance from early on in the race, but still a very commendable performance from Upper Thames Rowing Club, making it all the way through to the final here today.
Well, we are about to get underway with our next race. This is the Junior Single Sculls racing for the Di Ellis Trophy. Lena Mills representing Reading Rowing Club. Zoe representing Tideway Scullers School. And they're off from the start. Clean start for both these athletes. Lena Mills, you can see on the near side, the white kit with the blue diagonal stripe. Yellow and red is Tideway Scullers. That is Zoe, who won the junior quads at Henley Women's Regatta in 2019. She also won the long distance GB trial, the last before lockdown, in November 2019. And in May 2021 she was the fastest sculler in the GB trial. So we're expecting Zoe to have a strong performance here for Tideway Scullers School.
And in these early stages of the race, not a lot in it, but Tideway Scullers Zoe is taking a slight lead just ahead of Lena Mills from Reading Rowing Club.
So Zoe Shesky for Tideway Scullers School out in front in this race. The junior single sculls racing for the Di Ellis Trophy. She's followed by Lena Mills of Reading Rowing Club. But a sizable gap now developing between these two scullers.
And the result of race number 383, Aspirational Coxless quads. Tideway Scullers School beat Upper Thames Rowing Club easily in a time of 4 minutes and 44 seconds.
With that result, we look back to this race continuing down the course. On your screen there, that is Lena Mills of Reading, but she is following Zoe Sheshki of Tideway Scullers School, who is out in front in this junior single sculls final. Zoe's still putting down the pressure in that second place. She wants to show what she can do here at Henley Women's Regatta. She'll be looking for a PB time. She's got her rate coach in front of her there to guide her through her race plan and ensure she keeps the rating. But look, out in front there on the right-hand side for Tideway Scullers, Zoe Sheshki leads out this race. They continue down the course now into the last stages of this race. They're coming through Upper Thames Boat Club and on towards Remenham. Zoe Sheshki of Tideway Scullers School well out in front here for the junior single scull. So with about 200 metres to go, you can see a sizable gap between these two scullers. Zoe Sheshki out in front. But the next race will be the junior double sculls. They're on the start and underway now, so let's pick this one up. We have Peterborough City Rowing Club on the Berkshire station. We have on the Buckingham station Clare's Court School, and they are racing for the Rayner Cup. You can see there the crew of Clare's Court. And then left of this picture from the drone sit the crew of Peterborough City Rowing Club, and it looks to me as though Peterborough City have the early advantage in this race as they push off from the start.
Yeah, it's a great start from Peterborough City at the start of this junior double sculls event. Clare's Court School just a little behind.
That looks like a length of distance there separating these two boats. Peterborough City out in front. That's the crew of Charlotte Bolton and Harriet Drake Lee for Peterborough, leading the crew from Clare's Court School, Hannah Hickson and Nuala McFarlane. The yellow and blue kit of Peterborough pulling further and further away with every stroke, it seems, from the crew of Clare's Court School.
Plenty of support in the spectators area of both crews. Clare's Court not being too far away from Henley itself.
But just over the finish line to win the previous race. You can see there on the right of your screen, Zoe from Tideway Scullers School. She'll be delighted with that result to win the Di Ellis Trophy for the junior single sculls. But it does look as though Peterborough City continuing to extend their lead over Clare's Court School. Now quite a sizable distance of clear water separating these two double sculls. So you can see on the right the scullers just rowing back in now. They've finished their race. Double sculls still very much at it. Peterborough City out in front. Clare's Court School about 2 lengths behind as they come in towards Old Blades and Upper Thames Rowing Club. Push on towards the finish line at Remenham. Peterborough City continuing to lead now as they come past our camera at Upper Thames. Not much water left for Clare's Court if they want to mount a challenge here. It looks to me as though this is a fairly consolidated lead for Peterborough City in the junior double sculls racing for the Rayner Cup.
And result of race number 384, the junior single sculls, Zoe Shesky from Tideway Scullers School beat Lena Mills from Reading Rowing Club. Easily the time of 5 minutes and 35 seconds.
Well, you can see just pushing on towards the finish at Raminham Club, that is the crew of Peterborough City. Now easily ahead of Clare's Court School in the junior double sculls racing for the Rayner Cup. Bring you the official result and the time shortly once that's confirmed. With that, we should look ahead to the next race that's shortly to get underway. This is the Aspirational single sculls racing for the Bernard Churcher Trophy. On the near side, the Berkshire Bank, we have Ware Obuku representing Twickenham Rowing Club. And then we have Sophie Gray representing Reading Rowing Club. So I'll bring you that picture from the start in just a second. But as you can see on the left of your screen, just going into the finish line there, that is Peterborough City leading in the junior double sculls. But off the start are the single sculls, so let's pick that up. This is the Aspirational single sculls racing for the Bernard Churcher Trophy. You've got them on the left-hand side there, Ware of Twickenham Rowing Club and Sophie Gray of Reading. It's going to be a tough-fought battle in this event. Ware won bronze in the championship single sculls at Bucks. So we know she's a good sculler. She can already win in the championship events and get herself on the podium. Here she is in the Aspirational single sculls for Henley Women's 2021. But right there with her is Sophie Gray of Reading Rowing Club. And it is Ware who's being warned by the umpire, asked to move over to her station now. It does look like Ware is just out in front here, maybe by one length, as we go through the spectator area here at Henley Women's.
Two very, very proficient scullers on course now, Twickenham and Reading. I think this will be, I suspect it'll be a close race. Sophie Gray from Reading on the Buck station, and Ware Boku on the Berkshire station for Twickenham. Just taking the lead here, or extending her lead rather, over Sophie Gray.
Ware looking confident and out in front now. Through the first third of the race course, into the middle third. She's already developed a sizable lead over Sophie Gray of Reading. So for Ware of Twickenham Rowing Club, out in command, out in front. And leading this race for the Aspirational single sculls. But there you can see Ware out in front in the Aspirational single sculls. A commanding lead there for her, racing for Twickenham Rowing Club. Behind her, Sophie Gray of Reading Rowing Club.
And the result of race 385, the final of the junior double sculls, Peterborough beat Clare's Court by 4 lengths in a time of 5 minutes and 6 seconds.
There we go. Ware continues to lead in this aspirational single sculls event. Now pushing on past Old Blades and in towards the bottom of the course. But the next race is on the start. And this is the Championship Double Sculls racing for the W Pier Cup. On the near side we have the composite of Bath and Minerva Bath, Rebecca Wild and Amelia Hempelman-Adams, both world-class start athletes. And on the far side, the Buckinghamshire station, we have the crew from Nottingham Rowing Club, Amy Hicken and Jade Lindo. So the Bath composite was a fast boat in the semi-finals. We expect them to be a fast boat in this final. Rebecca Wild raced in the Under-23 European Championship doubles in 2018. Meanwhile, her fellow crewmate, Amelia Hempelman-Adams, was the youngest person ever to ski to the South Pole. So a very athletic pair we have here in the Bath University Minerva Bath composite. From Nottingham Rowing Club, we've got Amy Hicken and Jade Lindo. And they sit on the Buckinghamshire bank. But we continue to watch as the single sculls push on down this course. Ware of Twickenham Rowing Club leading Sophie Gray of Reading. Well, that double sculls race now underway and off the start. We've got a close-up there on the Bath, Minerva Bath composite. That is Rebecca Wild and Amelia Hempelman-Adams, both world-class start athletes. Becky started off as a swimmer, been rowing since 2017. Amelia was a high jumper and a netballer, also started in 2017. Here we are some 4 years later, and they're in the final at Henley Women's 2021 for the Championship Double Sculls, and they're out in front of the Nottingham crew by about 1 length as we go through the first stage of this race. A very strong crew indeed there.
Such a great start from Bath University there, just ahead of Nottingham Rowing Club. Already exerting their dominance over the shorter course here, just 1,400 metres in length.
I like the blue and yellow blaze to match the blue and yellow kit. Great to see the composite out from Bath University. Rebecca Wild and Amelia Hempelman-Adams.
Nottingham University Rowing Club rather being warned by the umpire just a moment ago for their steering, being told to move back onto the buck station. Looks like they've corrected their steering now, straightened out.
Well, the Bath University composite well out in front, in command of this race. Nottingham crew having a few issues with their steering. They've flirted with the booms a bit, they've been in the middle a little bit. We've had a couple of warnings from the umpire. But steering adjustments taking some of the speed off their boat and causing them to slip just a little bit further back as we push on down the course. And that of course means the Bath University composite out in front, comfortably leading our 2 world-class staff athletes, Rebecca Wild and Amelia Hempelman-Adams.
And the result of race 386, the Aspirational single sculls, was Ware Obuku of Twickenham Rowing Club beat Sophie Gray of Reading Rowing Club easily in a time of 5 minutes and 27 seconds.
Well, as the championship double sculls continue down the course, it's still the Minerva Bath composite out in front. We're now looking into the last 5 races of the day following this one. And on the start right now, under starters orders, are the junior coxed fours, racing for the Groton School Challenge Cup. So we'll bring you those pictures shortly as that race gets underway. But meanwhile, pushing on towards the finish, this is the Minerva Bath composite of Rebecca Wild and Amelia Hempelman-Adams. Well out in front in the championship double sculls. But underway is the next race, and this is the junior coxed fours racing for the Groton School Challenge Cup. We'll bring you the footage from up at the top of the course. Glasgow Academy taking on Tideway Scullers School. The Glasgow Academy School crew won the Championship Coxless 4 at National Schools Regatta by some 20 seconds. So we expect to see them out in front here, but it is Tideway Scullers School who are in your picture there. They are on the Buckinghamshire station competing in this final. There you can see the Glasgow Academy crew on the right hand side of your picture, an early lead for them in the junior coxed fours. As we count down the last 5 races of Henley Women's 2021.
Well, what a great start for Glasgow Academy, pulling out in the early stages ahead of Tideway Scullers School. Really great start for Glasgow.
Well, as Glasgow have a fantastic start there, just through the finish line is the Minerva Bath crew who take the win in the championship double sculls. They will be delighted with that result. But here we go, we continue with the junior coxed fours racing for the Groton School Challenge Cup. It's the Glasgow Academy crew of Orla Johnson, Darcy Ray Dupont McCann, Morven Thompson, Kendall Armitt and Izzy Martin who lead out this race. They won at National Schools Regatta by some 20 seconds. They'll be hoping to see themselves win here at Henley Women's 2021. Tideway Scullers School doing their best to take the fight to them. Sophia Waddington, Annalise Jans-Lafont, Olivia Jans-Lafont, Aurelia Elliott and Cox Freya Loverick Kemp. Trying to battle with the crew of Glasgow Academy here. But Glasgow Academy well out in front and dominating the first half of this race.
And the result of race number 387, the championship double sculls, Bath University and Minerva Bath Rowing Club beat Nottingham Rowing Club easily at a time of 5 minutes and 2 seconds.
Well, there you go, the official result for the championship double sculls. We're now into the last 5 races of the day. We're riding with the junior coxed fours racing for the Groton School Challenge Cup. Glasgow Academy leading Tideway Scullers School by a considerable margin. Glasgow Academy crew of Orla Johnson, Darcy Ray Dupont McCann, Morven Thompson, Kendall Armitt and I assume Cox Izzy Martin. See Izzy Martin there, encouraging on her crew as they come into the closing stages of this race. But a dominant performance by Glasgow Academy here in the junior coxed fours. So as the Groton School Challenge Cup race comes into its closing stages, Glasgow Academy well out in front. But on the start, we're shortly anticipating our next final. And this will be the Aspirational Club Coxless Fours racing for the Leicester Trophy. Start time at 4 o'clock, but it could set off a minute or two early. And in this race, we will have London Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station, Tideway Scullers School on the Buckinghamshire Station. Both crews attached to the state boats. So we're just waiting for that race to get underway. But meanwhile, you can see from the finish line, Glasgow Academy coming in to finish the junior coxed fours for the Groton School Challenge Cup.
And there we have it, Glasgow Academy taking the win just ahead of Tideway Scullers School for the junior coxed fours. Fantastic win for the Academy.
Okay, next race just about to get underway. Both crews checking their line, making sure they're straight. But this is the Aspirational Club Coxless Fours racing for the Leicester Trophy. London Rowing Club on the near side of your shot, the right hand side. Tideway Scullers School on the left. And this race is underway. Clean start for both these boats. It's always tempting to assume the boat on the Berkshire Station has got the faster start, but that is just our camera being nearer. We'll see as they come up to our second camera who has the early advantage in this race. Just 4 finals left of Henley Women's 2021. Will it be London Rowing Club or Tideway Scullers School who claim the Leicester Trophy for this event? Loud cheers from the crowd for both these crews, but it looks as though it is Tideway Scullers School have the slightest advantage over London Rowing Club, but only by a foot or so here as we push through the spectator area. Loud shouts of the crowd, neck and neck between Tideway Scullers and London Rowing Club.
It's an exciting race, but it looks like Tideway Scullers are just edging out ahead here over London. Really not a lot in it.
Well, London trying to keep their rate high here. They haven't settled too much yet off the start of this race. They're pushing up with Tideway Scullers here, and in order to stay with them, they're maintaining this high rate. It does look like Tideway Scullers have the early advantage here. You can see them there in shot. And they push out in this Aspirational Club Coxless Fours for the Leicester Trophy. There go the Tideway Scullers School, and they have pulled out in front of London Rowing Club just about by maybe half a length here. London Rowing Club fighting back against Tideway Scullers here. They're trying to pull on level terms as we push on down the course, and it's still a very tight fought battle in this Aspirational Club Fours final. Both crews still in contact, both crews pushing on. Now coming up towards Old Blades into the last third of this course.
Tideway Scullers sitting up, looking very relaxed now, just ahead of London Rowing Club.
Does look like Tideway Scullers have pulled out a bit of a lead here. That crew of Alina Davies, Claire Fisher, Catherine Callap and Catherine Jane Coop. The Tideway Scullers, the red and yellow now out in front of Thames Rowing Club as they push into the closing stages of this race and on towards Remenham Club. Still in contact though, the bow ball of London Rowing Club hasn't left the stern of Tideway Scullers. There's still a battle to be had here. And that's actually looking mighty close there. Tideway Scullers being asked to move back over to their station.
Risky business from Tideway Scullers this late into the race, moving into the middle of a river. Just edging back onto their station now. London looking to try and reel them in a little bit towards the end of this race.
Does look like Tideway Scullers still have the upper hand here as we push on towards the end.
Oh, I think they got it. I think they can get that.
And there you go, over the line go Tideway Scullers to take the win in the Aspirational Club Fours for the Leicester Trophy.
And now coming up the course now from Temple Island, Hawker Hurricane 1, the aircraft in the sky designed by Hawker Aircraft Company in 1934. It first entered service in 1937. It provided the RAF with a fighter 100 miles an hour faster than the current aircraft in service at the time, with an increased firepower of 8 machine guns.
So a nice fly past there for Henley Women's 2021. But there on the water you can see the crew of Tideway Scullers School who just won the Aspirational Club Coxless Fours. Next race is now on the course. Who do we have in this one?
Next up we have Shiplake College and Marlow Rowing Club. Shiplake College on the Berkshire station, Marlow on the Buck station. Shiplake, the winners of National Schools Regatta not so long ago, looking to take the win again today. Marlow just second behind them at Nat Schools. Going to be a very, very close race indeed.
Yeah, this does look like a tight race between these two crews. Shiplake perhaps the early advantage here. Just pushing out slightly ahead. Their crew, National School gold medalists. For the first time that they were entered in the Junior 18 Coxless quads. Marlow Rowing Club were second behind them, so really close competition between these two crews, but Shiplake holding on to half a length advantage here.
Some great rowing from Shiplake College, maintaining half a length lead here over close rivals Marlow Rowing Club. Looking very, very tidy indeed.
Shiplake continuing to push on here. Still holding on to half a length lead or so over the crew of Marlow, if not a bit more now as they push on down this course.
It's great to see plenty of support for Shiplake here today. The local school just up the road. You might have heard the old headmaster earlier commentating on site, still fondly looking on.
Shiplake continuing to move off the Marlow crew as they push into the boating enclosures now. well into the second half of their race.
Some lovely sculling from both boats here. Shiplake still holding on to that lead. Still plenty of water ahead, and Marlow fighting at their heels.
Well, here comes Shiplake, pushing ahead still of Marlow here as they come in towards the line.
Shiplake College maintaining a good lead over local rivals Marlow Rowing Club. We see in the finish area there some of the Tideway Sculler crews celebrating their win.
Well, as Shiplake continue on ahead here of Marlow, the next race shortly to set off from the start. The Aspirational Academic 8s. We can see they're under starters' orders now. So in this next race we will have the University of London taking on Oxford Brookes University. I'll just bring them up in the left of your picture here. So they're about to get underway. But Shiplake College still leading London Rowing Club in the Aspirational Club Coxless Fours. Well, off the start go the 8s for the Aspirational Academic 8s.
Oh my God, 2 waves.
The Aspirational Academic 8s continue on the course. We're now having a fly past from the Hawker Harrier.
And in just any second now you'll see on your screen the Hawker Harrier 1 being piloted by squadron leader Mark Long, also Typhoon pilot. There he is, just coming onto your screen now, proving very effective by the RAF in the Second World War. During the 1914's German Blitz through the Low Countries and France, they fought a punishing rearguard action in which over 25% of the fighter command's aircraft were destroyed. As the Battle of Britain raged in the skies overhead, aircraft population increased, so that by September 1940 the number of Hurricane squadrons had risen from 18 a year earlier to 32.
Well, as that fly past continues, we'll now pick up this 8s race on the course. The Academic Aspirational 8s racing for the Colgan Foundation Cup. The University of London taking on Oxford Brookes University. And the University of London out in front here in this event as they move on down towards the finish line here, ahead of the crew of Bucks who sit on the Buckinghamshire station. Sorry, the crew of Oxford Brookes who sit on the Buckinghamshire station. Late in the afternoon of Henley 2021. My tongue's got in a little bit of a twister here, but there we go. University of London leading Oxford Brookes.
Well, two very, very exciting University 8s now coming down the course. I really wouldn't want to say at this point who's going to be taking the win today, but University of London looking very, very strong ahead of Brooks.
So in the University of London crew, 6 of the athletes won gold in the Inter 8 at Bucks. 1 won silver in the Championship 8. And they're showing that dominant performance here as they push in towards the finish in the Aspirational Academic 8s. But the biggest event of the day is getting ready on the start. This is the Championship 8s, racing for the Ron Needs Challenge Cup. So as the University of London push in towards the finish on the Aspirational Academic 8s, let's introduce the athletes in this final race of Henley Women's 2021. It will be Tideway Scholars School versus Tideway Scholars School. Oh, sorry, Tideway Scholars School versus Oxford Brooks. Me getting slightly confused in my crews there. So Oxford Brookes University on the Berkshire Bank, Tideway Scholars School on the Buckinghamshire Bank. And they're due to set off down the course shortly, the last race of Henley 2021. But here our finish camera following in the crew of University of London who win the Aspirational Academic 8s. So they go over the line there and you can see their celebrations.
Fine performance there from University of London as they cross the line. But in just a moment's time we'll be getting the Championship 8s race underway.
So here we go. On the start, the final race of Henley Women's 2021. Oxford Brookes University on the right-hand side of your picture now. On the left-hand side, Tideway Scholars School. The crew of Oxford Brookes University won the Champ 8 at Bucks Regatta. Will they win the Champ 8 here at Henley Women's 2021? Their crew include athletes who competed at the World Championships for GB in Sabadia.
Well, the riverbanks are lined. 2 crews are getting fired up.
Last race of the day, Henley Women's 2021. Well, it's been a pleasure to have you with us throughout the live stream today and all over the weekend. Thank you for joining us for another great weekend of racing on the Henley stretch. And our last race of the day is underway. A clean start for both these crews as they set off down the 1,400 metre course. The final race of Henley Women's 2021. It's an early lead for Oxford Brookes on the Berkshire Bank. They're now about half a length ahead off the start there. Settling into their rhythm now. Finding their line against the booms. Behind them the crew of Tideway Scholars School. Now about a length back. Brooks looking dominant in this early stage of the race. They continue to push off. Already, as we come through the spectator area, it looks like we've got clear water between these 2 boats. Brooks pushing off into the middle distance. Tideway Scholars School trying to hold on.
Brooks looking so strong from the go, pulling away from Scholars. Really such a strong crew, such a strong rowing university.
Well, 1 length of clear water now separating these 2 boats. Oxford Brookes pulling well out in front. The crew of Beth Dutton, Maddie Gardner, Harriet Ferguson, Coralie Spearman, Izzy Hawes, Esme Booth, Taylor Cords, Sophia Heath and Autumn Mantell leading for Oxford Brookes University.
Brooks here clearly leaving nothing in the tank. The final race of Henley Women's Regatta 2021. Looking to put down a fine time today. Not that it's being recorded. but no doubt looking to make their mark.
Yeah, of course, the shorter distance, the 1,400 metre distance this weekend means that unfortunately we can't award records, but we can certainly award trophies. And these two crews competing for the Ron Needs Challenge Cup. And Oxford Brookes looking to secure that by as wide a margin as they can and really pushing out into the distance here. You can see some 2 lengths clearly of clear water between these boats. An impressive lead as we come through the middle portion of this race by Oxford Brookes. Behind them you can just about see the hut that marks the finish line.
Beautiful shot here over the top. You can really see the wonderful blade work from both crews. So clean through the water, so powerful. Just letting the boats run out.
The maroon and hot pink of Oxford Brookes University pushing in towards the finish now. Already coming through Old Blades. And on towards Remenham Club and our finish line here. Tideway Scholars School doing their best to stay as close in touch as they can. Cox, Antonia Stutter pushing them on towards the line. But it is Oxford Brookes University who lead out this race as they push on towards the finish.
Brookes now still very much in the lead. Tideway Scholars trying to claw back a bit of the water in between, but they have their work cut out. Brookes just looking so strong from the get-go.
Yeah, Brookes further extending their lead, it seems, with every stroke as they push in towards the finish. This is our finish line camera here as they come round through the line there to take the win in the Championship 8. A fantastic row there by Oxford Brookes University. Beth Dutton, Maddie Gardner, Harriet Ferguson, Coralie Spearman, Izzy Hawes, Esme Booth, Taylor Caudle, Sophia Heath and Cox Autumn Mantell. And they will be delighted with that result. The last race of the day here at Henley Women's 2021. We should give a cheer to their competition too. Tideway Scholars School just coming in through the finish line now. The last race of the day here at Henley Women's 2021. And I'm sure Oxford Brookes will be delighted. So let's bring you a few confirmed results, a few final times. And it'll be time to say goodbye for Henley Women's 2021.
So bring you some results. Race number 388. The Junior Coxed Fours Glasgow Academy beat Tideway Scholars School by 3 lengths in a time of 5 minutes and 1 second. Race number 389, Aspirational Club Fours. Tideway Scholars beat London Rowing Club by 1.5 lengths in a time of 1 minute and 6 seconds. Race 390, the Junior Quadruple Sculls Shiplake College beat Marlow Rowing Club by 1 3/4 lengths in a time of 4 minutes and 29 seconds. Race number 391, the Aspirational Academic 8s. London University beat Oxford Brookes by 2.5 lengths in a time of 4 minutes and 17 seconds. As we just saw on our screens, race number 392, the Championship 8s, was a win for Oxford Brookes University over Tideway Scholars School. 4.5 lengths in a time of 4 minutes and 11 seconds.
Well, from everyone here on the live stream, thank you for joining us for Henley Women's 2021. It's been a delight to have you throughout this weekend's racing. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage here live on YouTube. All the results of this weekend's racing available on the Henley Women's Regatta website, hwr.org.uk. So do have a look on there if you want to see some of the times set over the course of this weekend. Unfortunately, no records this year with the shorter course. But we're delighted you could join us. We hope you have a good rest of your Sunday afternoon. That was Henley Women's Regatta 2021.